Welcome everybody that just showed up. I'm just getting set up on Facebook and then I will be responding to the chat. We have an hour and 20 minutes till, oh no, even more than that actually. An hour and 50 minutes till party time. How's this for microphone loudness? Enough to deafen in? everyone? All right, I'm going to switch over to pre-market analysis at this time. So let's try a switch. Boom. All right. So let's see what we got here. So a beautiful jump overnight, which anybody following this stock, I can't double the loudness. This is as loud as, like, my microphone's in the red line here on the microphone machine thing. As is, you're going to start hearing me breathe. It's so loud. Let me check it's not on mute. No, it's not on mute. Okay. So, let's see here. Gotta get a little closer. Alright, so we're probably trying to get back into this territory on the Hype Mobile. This is the 24th. So if I just look at my handy dandy calendar, that's Wednesday last week. Okay, let's go back a little further. So this doesn't matter because this, give me a month. Okay, this doesn't matter. This is just the lull before the storm. So we're around here. But we're going to start in here. It's looking good. So if we just ignore this, because this was just GME, we got our crash. We're coming down from GME hype right here, but we kind of got a nice organic growth. If we draw a really kind of flat line, hold on, without the auto correcting, we draw a really flat line like this. Yeah, we should be hitting into here. Here. Yeah, it's not bad. This was more of an unsure tumble, but once we got held at this floor, we're golden. So with that being said, looking at the velocity and the general shape of things, we're already going to start off with a nice spike. Doubtful it's going to be this high. This is, where are we right now? We're at 10, 9, 6. We're in 9 something. Oh, no, sorry, we're at 886. I'm misreading this chart. Jeez, a little early. So we're hitting 9. So we're 886. Let's put a line across the board here just so I can get a general visualization here. Horizontal ray. And I would like it at our current marker. 8. Oop. 8. 86, please. Thank you. Okay, we're here. So the last time we jumped over this, we dipped through it. Yeah, part of the retraction or overcompensation for the psychotic through the roof. Go over a hump. Same thing happens again. We don't dip too far below it, but this earlier here is a different boat because this is where we're coming off of a high. We haven't quite figured out that there's an invisible floor. We don't know anything about this now. But it's a good sign we can easily clear, 20 territory, no problem, with hype. So we're going to be playing around here. So this is 974. Yeah, and a lot of people have been saying that they can see a block around 9, which would be all of this. 8, 7, 9. Yeah, it'd be all these tops here. So we've bridged this. So yeah, basically we're just rolling up this and we're back into a straight line. So if this is where we're going to open today, let's see, we're 2 days in, so we're on a chart here. So we're going to open here. Let's draw that as a line. Let's see what it looks like here. 2, 8, open. Where's today? 2nd. Okay, open at 886. That's too high. Too high. 886. Good enough. Okay. Let's bring that down. Okay. Let's see. This. Let's bring this to this. Make it a little more reach proper. We're not going back down to 5. Let's halfway it. Okay. And then, if we can get this straight and drag this back. Is the angle still right? It's close enough. Okay. So, yeah, that's about peak to height. So we're looking at somewhere around 13 and a bottom of, where are we? 7.2. So we're here. 7 to 11. And then by the end of the week, oh yeah, earnings are coming up. Thank you. Right. This is their delayed earnings call that was supposed to come out last Thursday. Nice. So that's going to have to be factored in too. Another reason I like this chart, it warns me. Interesting, actually. So if we're coming up to earnings, I wonder what the sentiment is. I mean, it's negative because this is supposed to be the earnings that come out the end in December. And then, so that's their fourth quarter. I believe their financial year, if I got it right, ends December 31st. So that's their fourth quarter. So it should be grim, them circling the drain slash, whatever they're trying to do to get out of the drain. The next earnings call will be incredible. But then who's going to take this earnings call with any indication? Because so much has changed, right? So let's say it's positive for the most part. So then that should get priced in today. Well, it should have been priced in ages ago, which may have been part of, all of this, or at least the 5, kind of positioning around 5. Geez, we dipped back down to 2. That's crazy. Oh, wait, this is December. Oh, sorry. I forgot what time frame I was in. I usually work in minutes. There we go. There's the 5s. So yeah, that's probably been priced in. So they saw this, it retracted, and they said, okay, between here to here, they're like, there's this much value. They've gotten out some shit. We'll give them an extra $2 of value or $3 of value. Anything above 5 is maybe considered hype for institutional investors, but that doesn't matter for us if we're playing the short term. Now, we take this and bring it back. And where are we today? This is March 3rd. So we're going to start in here. Yeah, that's about right. So we start the day around 9. We're currently at 883. So we're just on the slow growth line. All right, so then let's see if this line holds, which I highly doubt it will. Let's just go further into time. Let's go a year from now. Give me a year. Yeah, of course, no way. We are looking at by July, well over 20 bucks. Yeah, that's astronomical. By fall, it'd be $30, $40. Hey, that might not be too wrong. I mean, that's a really funky chart. Like, but I guess we've seen weirder. Yeah, see, it looks kind of normal here, but as soon as it gets condensed, this doesn't look right to me. No stock does that. it does that, maybe over the span of that's almost a year and a half, we might see that here. But yeah, $30 by the end of the year, I think is more than possible. So if this is the end of the year, so we'd have to see pretty good lift. But then the spring should give us pretty good lift. Fall should give us pretty good lift. Then we hit December. Anyways, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, but something to think about. All right, we got an hour and 25 minutes. So I think we're good. Get back down to 1 day. 1 day, 1 minute. We are so zoomed out. Here we go. Okay. So great for anybody that held last night. So if you were following the stream yesterday, we called this pretty much all of it, except for around here. It got kind of funky. I later found out it's because the market itself, the whole market, was selling off. So I actually need to bring the Nasdaq down into my list of things to follow, because unfortunately I didn't notice that. We were watching the Dow, and the Dow is bottoming out, but so is the Nasdaq and pretty much everything else. So, the Nasdaq's already up 52% in 1 year. Christ. Ugh, what a time to be alive. Printing money. Yeah. So, GME is going to probably still be our pain in the ass today. Same with the damn Dow. Ugh. Yeah, see, people think there's some type of Illuminati short sellers, with ladder attack. That's the entirety of the U.S. industrial kind of in an index. It did this, and we did the exact same thing. So it's, we're part of a larger portfolio, and so we go out, with the bathwater. Um, Although, strangely, GME is not as affected by the Dow. So what I'm guessing is GME is more, in people's retail portfolios for like businesses or whatever. Um, so they're not as affected as a more broad portfolio that might include AMC as part of, one of their choices. And so when that broad portfolio takes a 10% sell off, AMC gets taken out with it. But nonetheless, this is a great, great opening, even if it's just kind of piddle paddle. All right, so we kind of taken a look at this. It's looking like a good up day. We'll see when it opens, and I'll be back on air in, I don't know, let's say an hour. So until then, I'll put you back on the live chat and see you on Reddit. It's now 1 hour till market open.
right, ladies and gentlemen, 30 minutes till party time. I'll be on to do the pre-market review, looking at the small reduction we had. We're now trading at 8.65. We were at 8.88 and 8.90 at one point, even peaking over 9 at the very beginning. So we'll take a look at that in a few minutes.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are pretty close to starting. Today's going to be a nice day. It's looking pretty good. Get my get my tendies out. All right, just going to advertise the stream, and then we'll go look at the pre-market here. Still waiting for that clock to tick down. All right. So as we talked about earlier, if you were here for the pre-market, when I was just doing a first review, um, I was playing around with the chart, looking at the last. That's not helpful. Hold on. Auto. There. I was looking at the span. There we go. That we had gone through in the last, say, 6 months since December. And so we were trying to get a feel for our levels. This is where the pre-market was in the early morning, which was 886. Now we're just slightly below it, 10 cents. That's fine. Expected. Um, so we're starting to feel like there's a little bit of a floor in this territory, basically where we are in the pre-market. The other floor, of course, is around 5.5, 5.6, and there's another one around 6.2, 6 something, um, somewhere between 6 and 6.2. Um, and that's kind of, well, it's hard to see on this chart, but it's the ass end of these two. So we can go back to those levels, but it looks like we've gotten some organic growth, judging by the volume and the shape and how neutral it is. So looking at that from a perspective of today, I kind of put a channel through here that kind of just flattens out the angle. Um, you can see the angle kind of goes off in that kind of trajectory, which we're currently now bucking that trajectory where we're starting to curve. But if you know these 2 days, if you were with us, you know that you have a spike because of GME and hype. So we're way past where we should be, which is in here. We retract, albeit not that much, and we come back with some energy, but you can still see the general trajectory holds, and the jump is part of the general trajectory, partly because I drew the lines to prove the point. A little bit of self-fulfilling prophecy there. But if this holds, right, then we're looking into, later in the week, the nines, the tens, and so forth. So I'm just going to leave this up for a bit to kind of give a guiding area of what to expect. But you see 7, 7.9, and 950, and a high of 910. This is kind of our playground, which is, what we all think anyways. And because of this hype wagon here, we could easily spike outside of this territory, easily get into the 11s. I don't think we can hold the 11s, but if we get there again, we can definitely probably hold into the 10s. So that would bring us around here, which is tomorrow. So we're going to go with that. So I'm looking for a positive morning. We might retract down to 8. We'll see. But I think we're going to keep this velocity. There's really no reason we shouldn't. And so we're going to see if that idea proves right. So let's get the chart ready since we're getting close to the wire. And here we go. So this will just be our starting line.
kind of a eyeball. And I'll put another one for the close of peak of yesterday, and the mid of yesterday is about give or take. Let's be really sad about it. Here, oh, there, and we'll make this one red. So as the day go by, we know that this is our bad floor. Make this a little smaller. Okay, so those are going to be our play channels for today. All right, I'm going to mute myself and I'll come back a little closer to opening since there's not much more to do except for wait and share this with your friends, whatever, help a poor man along, and we'll analyze the chart as it goes minute by minute throughout the day and try to get rich. And for SEC and all those, this is not financial advice, it's just entertainment. And my positions are currently at 1140. I got burned hard. I bought in somewhere in here, and that felt good. But that was me over predicting the strength of this. Um, Lesson learned. So I'll see you guys in about less than 15.
All right, 5 minutes till opening. Pre-market is 878, and we're looking pretty good on the rest of the sectors here. That's not too bad. Clean this up. Okay, so for people that are new, this is going to be the tickers are on the upper right here. We just keep an eye on them. This is the Nasdaq and the Dow Jones Industrial. This is just going to give us an idea of the market health. And then we have AMC and GME. AMC is what we're trading and following, and GME is our brother, if you will, that is going to affect our stock prices. And then down here will be your information. You have the buys and the sells, or the asks and or the bid and the ask, day range, week range, if you need that, and then there'll be volume here as well. Excuse me, down here. Usually, I think I have this scrolled to here. There you go. So this will give you a sense of how much speed's going by when you see this take off. So we're just waiting another 4 minutes and the party will start and it will take off like fire. I'm just doing some pre-market charting, taking a look at the highs and the peaks and the valleys, the highs and the lows, setting up some lines so that when I'm playing in here, I have an idea without having to scroll back. I really feel like we should have a dip, but going into the 7 territory seems pretty low. But then this is a stock that can swing like 20%, 30%. Like between this and this, which was the span of a night and a day, you're looking at, it won't let me do it. 1 second. You're looking at 20, 30% of your money. Like that's pretty intense. Just, I got 30% more money overnight. So what would this be in percentage? 5% dip would be nothing. But I think we're gonna start leveling out. It'll all depend on what GME is doing and if the markets are bad this morning. But I don't foresee us eroding our climb up here, even though it's a short multi-day climb, like 3 days. I don't see us going back to 5, not unless there's something crazy bad with the markets, which weren't doing good lately because of Bitcoin and all that other shakeup. All right, 2 minutes. Let's get the 1 day going here. 1 minute, 1 day, automatic. Okay, extended markets. So this is where we are right now. And I'll turn this off once the party starts. Because right now it's kind of all jittery and jumpy because the pre-market is thin. We don't need that diluting us when we work. All right, last minute. Reddit's already getting a little excited. Okay, I gotta log into my brokerage. And the doors are open. Here we go. So we're starting with some volume. Oh, come on. This hasn't updated. 1 second. I'm going to refresh here. Come here. Okay, there we go. So a bit of a starting off with a bit of a sell-off. Volume is adequate. Okay, volume is at 6 million. Not bad. Not a huge drop. All right, we're busting through. Volume is light. Good. It's getting there. Nice. This is all not on much volume. The volume here hasn't budged much. So basically there was a big buy-in and a big sell-in, and it basically got flatlined, which is good. The sellers backed off, and now the buyers are taking over because we're going through the roof with little volume. Nice. Now we're picking up. Oh, oh, because the sellers kicked in. But that's good. That was just a resistance line right there, so that was expected. Now, after that resistance line, that one's been broken. The next one is, well, technically the next one's right here. Let's see if we can break that one. Yeah, we got close. So that'll be the next one to bust. We're already up 11%. Excellent. All right, 892. How are we doing? Dow Jones is up 1.5, Nasdaq's up, and they're climbing. Good, good, good. So this is just going to be a bit of a sell-off. How's GME? Even better. Good. This is just profit taking, or the early morning dip. I don't think this is going to hold. Not with this optimistic market. So just ride this out. All right, let's set up a buy order. Okay. We'll get ourselves in for the little dollars I have left. I got about 2 grand to put in. And there we go. Market order for 2 grand. And we'll just wait a few more seconds before sending it, just to make sure we're out of the morning dip, because it is a little early. Some people are having the same idea as me. So we're just waiting for our in on the buy. People on Reddit still don't understand how the stock market works. Ooh, that's good volume. Look at that. Oh, damn. That's high volume. Nice. There's a bit of a struggle here. A huge buy and sell. We're pretty zoomed in here, but that's 975. Huge swings. All right. See how this goes, and then it might be safe to buy. All right, so I would say if this doesn't go down a little bit more in the next 18 seconds, yeah, okay, I would say yeah, now is safe to buy. I think we got it. Let's just double check. Good, great. Mm. Yeah, yeah, I'd say now is my in. There's still a lot of up and down pressure. Yeah, but I think this isn't a bad price to get in at. We'll see how that goes. All right. So now we've seen where it's going to go. Basically just spiked up almost to yesterday. Yeah, but not quite. We're still on a decline. I think we'll get there. All right. Clear drawings. Let's put our call in here. So we're going to take profit way up there. And our get out will be down here. Because I'm going to ride out everything except for maybe 2% loss. Kill the extended market. There we go. So we'll just let that run. We're still a little high up. Oh, come on. There we go. Yeah, it sucks when there's such a jump on the chart. You can't move the chart around nicely. All right, so we're in there. Obviously, we're going to take profit higher than that, but I have to wait for the chart to get a little bit more time in. But pretty decent morning. We're so far resisting gravity. We're holding off on a dip. Still a lot of buying power. We're going into a double red. Next one might be big. A big drop. What the hell's going on? We've gone flat. Ah, there we go. We're basically slowing down. Look at the volume. So people are undecided. See how this dip is handled. We're getting a sell-off just because of slow volume. We're not too far out of our channel, so we shouldn't have too much negative pressure. The Dow and the Nasdaq are up. GME is up. So this is just, we're going too slow. As soon as we get a little bit more speed, it should be green, which should happen in the next less than 10 minutes. We should be out of this hole. Yeah, it's already good volume. So this is a minute by minute chart. So 9 more of these little candles, and we should be back up over that line I drew. Unless things go wrong. And we'll see. And for the 23 people that are watching right now, appreciate your viewership. It's my first time using YouTube for streaming. But I figured it's something I'm doing anyways. Might as well reach out. Okay, it's 9:42. We're getting there. So we should start to see thinner, flatter candles. And then we should get a couple good greens and then we're out. If all goes according to normality. I've done pretty good with this stock so far. I've netted what 30, 34%, 40%. I did take a hit when we dropped from 16 to 5. I ended up getting burned. I dodged most of it, but I ended up getting burned at I think 7 something to 5. So I took a 30% loss on that, I think. But all in all, I've clawed that all the way back. Um, so I think my total around now is somewhere around 30 something. So, which isn't that great, but I play a little bit conservative because I rather gain less money than lose it. Wealth is all about keeping it. But 34% on 60 grand is pretty decent. Enough to buy a new TV and a few other fun things. Um, so, yeah, exactly. So, someone mentioned there's a stock trader on here that makes 50K a month just doing live streaming of stocks. And I'm like, oh my God, if I can stream stocks and then buy the stocks I'm streaming, that's a vicious circle. Because I'm sitting here anyways looking at the chart. I might as well talk with somebody. So I'm not alone. Yep. So 6 more minutes and we should be out back over that line. So the dip would have been there or it's coming up right now. I know this is all these kids that are YouTube wealthy, but I can't stand YouTube personalities. They have to be psychotically happy. You know, everything has to be, oh my God, wow, super, shake their face, over gesture.
take a whole bunch of Ritalin before they go online. It's like, oh my God, that's not how you trade stocks. You have to have ice blood. But they're doing successful. They're making the money. Don't diss that. Thank you. Yeah, I figured the chart's the best thing to display. It would be nice to display more things, but I kind of like this because then you can put me up on your TV, and then you can basically just have the chart on a TV, and you got the timer, the clock. I actually use my own clock that's on the stream. It's easier to see than the clock that's in the room. Yeah, yeah. I'm glad to help, and that's actually why I started this stream. It's just a lot of people are asking a lot of simple questions, and of course, legality reasons, I can't be a financial advisor. But I've been doing this for, I guess, 5 years now, and I've been trading like Canadian wheat stocks, Alibaba, um, things that move quickly. And I've started to get a real knack for what is it? I guess pattern trading or market timing. I'm still not amazing, but enough to make 30% here and there. So it works. Yeah, and it's a lot of psychology, which is nice. It's something I enjoy. So I get to exercise it. So the volume here, you can see at the bottom, I'm using an area chart for the volume instead of the sticks. I just kind of like it more to get an idea of, ebb and flow, um, the push and the pull, or whatever you want to call it. So our volume's starting to go pretty far down during what is typically a selling period. So that's good and bad. Bad that nobody gives a crap to sell, and that means they don't care about the stock. And then it's good because no one's selling, but it might also mean that just nobody cares. And if there's not enough care, then the sellers take over and it plummets because there's no buyers. But I think we have enough hype that that's not the case. So what we're seeing right now is just the natural selling of 10:30 or so, which is usually, sorry, 9:30 to 10. Sometimes it goes to 10:30. Um, and we're seeing no one selling, if you will, which is decent. Um, but of course, we don't know if that's true or not until we start seeing some green. I would have expected a little bit bigger green by now, but we'll see. And this is a lot of when you trade on the stock market. Um, Generally, things follow certain patterns, and then when they don't, that's when you start scrambling to figure out why. And then you have to figure out if that why is enough for you to sell or buy more. Um, but yeah, you can't predict the future, but you can tell when things are wrong, or at least not quite as you expect. So you see that green bar tried and then it got crushed, and the volume picked up. So that means basically the seller said this is too high, screw your buys, crush, which is pretty negative. Um, but the volume's not extreme, so it's what? A handful of people saying this is overpriced. So now the sellers are taking over, and let's see if the buyers come back and say, screw you, this price is too low. Well, because a lot of the buyers are waiting for the dip, right? Okay, a little bit of pushback, but almost nothing. Volume is still pretty low. Well, Sellers kick through. Volume still piss low. Okay, so GameStop's gone negative. And that's probably what's bringing us down. So that red looked a little big, but it could have been start of a delayed dip. But I bet you, when I click this, you'll see there's a large sell-off on GME. Yeah, that's what brought us down. I think we're getting dragged down by GME. Because this is up. This is, well, NASDAQ's kind of, GME might be on the NASDAQ. Is GME New York Stock Exchange or NASDAQ? I don't know. Okay, it's back to normal, so it's going to find natural support here. So that should give us some minutes to get out of the shithole we're in. So we should see green for a tiny bit because GME stopped declining. All right. So we'll just keep an eye on those tickers, make sure they don't turn around. If they turn around, then yeah, I have to bail on this position here because we'll go lower before we go higher. GME's up 1%. The NASDAQ and the Dow are holding 130 and 160. Almost made an S pattern. That's good. It didn't get enough strength, so this should be green and should consume the red if we are lucky. No, don't continue the pattern. Come on, go green. You can do it. This might be wishful thinking. Now GME's up another percent. No. It's up 25 cents. 25%, sorry, not cents. No, GME's declining. Do we have the energy? Do we? Even with the downward pressure, can we push it? Oh, it's trying to figure it out. It's just gone flat, and it gave up. Okay, I don't know what this is gonna be now. Basically, you have a flat star or doji, I think it's called, and at that point, it's like they gave up on life. So I would presume that's negative because we didn't have enough energy to go up, but then we also didn't have enough energy to go down. So it's more of just apathy. Oh, GME's getting money injected. They're almost at 2% now. Dow's okay. NASDAQ is up 0.2%, I think, if I remembered it correctly. this should make it green. And we're getting close to 10, so we should be out of that hole. If volume would just pick up. I think we're going to see the volume first spike on GME though, and then we'll follow suit. As it gets late in the day, they're going to, the people that are waiting for the dip are going to be getting bored and not thinking that the dip's over. And then they'll buy in, jacking the price up. Yeah, GME just hit 2%. So we should be going. Come on. Nice increase of volume there. GME's going for 3%. GME's having trouble too. Let's take a look at her. So she hit bottom. So she's coming out of, she's doing a normal looking dip. This is kind of early energy that shouldn't be there, but your sell off in the morning, up you go. Kind of like this bad boy right here. Start off, dip, off you go, and so forth and so forth. Yeah, that's looking all right. We just need a little bit of energy here. We're going to start to roll. A lot of negative pressure there. They don't want to be in the 110 territory, it looks like. Although there was a big jump from that was the start of a day. No, that was the end of the day. 102. It's hard to tell with GME. I haven't been following it that well. But we should see, this whole area is easy territory. How are they doing for volume? 5. This volume is moderate. Okay. So still positive on GME. So we're just twiddling our fingers. Dow's going up. Excellent after yesterday's garbage. NASDAQ's fixing itself as well. So that looks good for us. Yes, AMC also has a bit of separation. GME was tanking, AMC follows but doesn't follow as harshly. GME goes up, AMC follows but not as much. So we're definitely somewhat separated. GME was crashing. We actually went flat, gained a little. So I think we're in a better spot than GME is, but it's still, I think, my number one fear is that GME is going to flatline down to 50 and bring us with it. But then there could be an upside. Maybe this is a good pattern forming right now. So this one here should get near the top of the red or exceed it. Yeah, so where was I before I got distracted by money? Yeah, so I think we're safe that we're not going to go out with them if they go down to like zero. We're not going to zero with them. And the upside might be that people will leave GME and bring their money over here. But then that increases the volatility and our chances of having
this stupidity of like flying up, selling, panicking, crashing. It's nice to watch your stock go up 20%. It's nicer if your stock goes up 20% and it stays there. Um, and you're not really getting that with retail investors. Yeah, people keep saying my mic's really low, but I have it on ODB here. It's in the yellow territory. So it says I'm hella loud. Let me check that it's not auto adjusting my voice. Yeah, my mic's at 82%. But yeah, people keep telling me it's low. But it's telling me on ODB here that it's too high. Here, I'll turn it up a little bit higher. That's about as loud as it gets. All right, let's see where this green goes. So that pattern failed, the first one. It turned into a red S, but I was hoping that the green would exceed the other one. It didn't, so then we kind of rolled there, but good recovery. And now we're kind of going into a pendant shape. If it continues to be green like this, we'll make like a declining triangle, and then that should be our breakout around 1010 or 1005, because we should be clearing the dip, which we're kind of doing right now. But I want, maybe this one will do it. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I was going to say I want a little bit more velocity, but our volume is so crappy. GME's at 3% now. Oh, they're good. See, that's a little more proper. Up, you do a 40% retraction, or in this case, maybe 50, depending if you're measuring from here. That's about 40. It wasn't enough, so boom, off we go. That's pretty classic right there. Same thing here. We go jump, so we do a retraction of 30%, 40%. Not enough energy. Roll. But yeah, I would never have bought in here. This clearly is a slope. Here, could have been. Well, let's put that back. We have definitely more upside than downside here. So this one needs to clear about a cent, and then we're free to go up till this guy, 884. Come here. So oh my God. There we go. So we're setting this for a 3 profit. We're currently down 10 cents off of where I bought in. 3% off the high. Let's make that 4% off the high. Okay. See if we get there. I'm gonna have to lock this thing. It's getting annoying. Lock. There we go. All right, we're about to get our money back. There we go. Now we're taking on profit. So we were just a little early. Again, a little too optimistic with our buying, but now we're pretty good. Yeah, I kind of expected this to float closer to here. Maybe a dip like this, but not as low, but that's not that low. So I figured if you buy in any time around here, you're pretty much golden. Um, did not expect the volume to just burn off like that though. But we reassessed and it wasn't too risky, so we stayed instead of bailing out along this line. That's looking okay, but it's looking like a roll. This is going to go red, possibly get us into here if we don't get some more energy. Let's see. See if they can do it. No. 2 and 5. Yeah, they got some piss volume. My God. Bit of a sell there. Buyers are coming. Not horrible. It's going to be flat. Okay, let's see if this one's red. So it's a little more optimistic than I'm predicting. I expected a little bit more negative sentiment, but it looks like there's just a little bit of optimism keeping it alive here. But this kind of pattern, there's your retraction of this climb up. But when you have this, it dropped. It dropped 50%, bounced back up. Ho ho, someone dumped some dollars. So there's the unpredictability of the internet. Oh, and great volume. Whoa, look at them go. Are we going to get that? Muted. Are they retracting? Oh, they're retracting. Nice. So of course that could not have been predicted. Holy crap. This should retract. But if it doesn't, then we're off to the races. Ooh, that's a good sign right there. That gonna get completely gobbled up? Nope. 30 seconds left. Ah, she's past 50. All right, that got kicked in the nuts. Oh, and a huge dump. Nice. Somebody in on buying on the dip. Oh, now realize people are dumping like zillions of dollars here, just to win on a movable stick on the board. All right, let's see how that's affecting us. We didn't even budge. Oh, sad pandas. Our volume didn't tick up. Not even anything. Well, that's a good sign, I guess. We're becoming more disconnected from GME. Yeah, because I think that's really going to be our nail in the coffin. So it just swallowed that red. So this, yeah, off we go. Well, selling pressure. Just needs a little bit more height. It has to stay over that red. And then it'll be good for one more. Nope. Maybe they'll get another dump of money. Now it's 50-50. If they're really lucky, it's going to stay small red. If they're unlucky, it's going to be big red, and it's going to eat up all the green and go back to where the other red tried to tried to do it. Or do the unpredictability. There could be a sudden dump of a gazillion dollars, but the natural course is that people are going to take their profit. So they went up high, it got shot down. Now they're taking out their money before it goes any further down. And so that's what you're seeing play out here. Then we have to see how much the buyers will resist it going down. If they resist it a lot, then they're confident, per se, that this stock still has height. Oh, they kicked it. So it gapped up there. So at the last minute, it went up a bit. So that's good. That means that red basically got completely destroyed, even though it doesn't show it on the chart. Now, can we see some green? Yep. Nice. So someone's dumping good amounts of money to push through that red. Nice. Now just sustain it a little bit more. Ah, man. A lot of downwards pressure. There shouldn't be downward pressure here because they already had the sell-off. People already took their profit. So now their only choice is to buy back in, which you might see in this green right here. We're not charting new territory really here. Plus it's a Monday. Who sells on a Monday? Yeah, this should be all up. All right, let's go back to AMC and see how we're reacting to this. Man, we're hitting a ceiling, aren't we? The hell is that? That is weird. Ah, we broke through. Perfect. Good. Now that should get us off. I don't know what that was. Just some psychological ceiling. Maybe it's robots, but generally a flat. Look at how flat that is by the cent. Generally, that's indicative of robots. Robots sell because it's too tall. They buy when it gets lower. And we did build a bit of a pendant shape here. You can kind of see it. Now this is our breakout. And the same thing here. There's kind of a pendant shape, and there's our breakout. It could have gone one more, but it decided to break out. A normal run, retraction on the run. Whether it retracts this or all of them or the whole thing, who knows. So this is an oversell. It's too much for what's happened here. We should be looking at a 40% or 60% retraction. But this isn't quite a run. This is like nothing. And we've already hit this line a bunch of times, so there really shouldn't be that much resistance anymore. So this should go away. I might see that in this square. Oof, not good. Okay, is this GME doing this to us? Oh, maybe. Dow, down. NASDAQ, also down. Okay, so just a lot of pressure. All right, are we still healthy to keep going up? It's quite a bit of a retraction. Destroyed that. But it's still okay. Still holding about 40% of this. Yeah, because that is pretty fast. If there's a lot of negative pressure, which we're seeing, then this is kind of too much of a gap. Yeah, so far still healthy. I'm still thinking, yeah, you might drop into here before we start going up, but we'll see. This is still okay. We should not be rolling any further forwards or downwards. We should be up. This is good. And this is good. Okay, so we should be out of this funk. Should be getting out of it soon. Oof, not good. Wow, look at the Dow go. That's somebody's just Warren Buffetting the markets there. Huge dumps of cash. Yeah, so this is pretty bad. It really stunted our growth here. This is now, I would say, over 50%. So we should drop right about here, 104 to 60%, or we should bounce back up into the 40 territory. It's usually like 3, 6, 9, or 10, 20, 40, 30. And then if it hits 50, it either jumps to 40 or 60. And then you have 60, 80 are the other 2 points. But yeah, rule of thirds or fourths, depending on how you want to look at it. So the volume's picking up on GME, but still not enough. That's looking good. The Dow's just screaming. Up 2.15. NASDAQ's going with it. Beautiful. We are getting depressed. So William King here asks if the downward pressure is from hedge funds. And yeah, I think the whole idea that hedge funds are kind of keeping us down is, I wouldn't say too correct. You know, it costs like a lot of money, and to manipulate the market over a long period of time is just, it doesn't make sense. And there's no real benefit to trying to fight the market. To manipulate it a little bit, to push it in your favor up and down just a tiny bit, that makes sense. To close some options or whatever. But the long term trying to hold back the waters of the stream is not. So I prefer to think this is just the normal market ebb and flows. However, we may have robots now in here that are doing the keeping the stock at certain prices, doing high frequency trading. That's a possibility, especially when you start to see like really, really flat, like we saw at the $5 mark. That's indicative of robots. So Vanguard says to their robot fleet, we want to buy this stock as much as we can at $5, make it happen, and then the robots just wait till it goes under, bring it up to 5. If it goes too high, it sells off its position, waits for it to go under, buys in again. And it just keeps doing that, to maintain the $5 mark. And it's dollars, I guess. Yeah, so that's common. I saw that a lot with Alibaba. The stock would go crazy and then it would just go like a straight line. Even though there's thousands upon thousands of shares moving, the line is perfectly straight, like this. The hell do you get that? You know, it's just flat. And so usually when that happens, I see it go for a bit and then it spikes. And like it's like the robots are thinking. I don't know exactly what it is, but it basically just goes flat, flat, flat. So this becomes the price that is acceptable to the robots. I don't know. It's hard to tell. I'm not seeing a lot of robotic trading here, but generally flat is not it's not common. Oh, sweet. I ordered some black truffles because, as a rich ape, I need to enjoy the luxuries on my trip to Mars. They are delivering today. Sweet. Gonna have some truffles and some steak if this thing would get out of the gutter. But yeah, so see, it won't let it go any higher, and it won't let it go any lower. See, like that's not natural in my books. Now this is a pretty small time frame, but when this goes on for like 10, 20 minutes, it's like, that's not right. How do you hold a stock frozen in a line with gazillions of people trading with differences of opinion? You can't. So it has to be robots, counteracting every trade as soon as they hit the market. I could be wrong. I don't have enough knowledge. But so this isn't good. They broke their whole climb, although it was just a couple people with a lot of money. This is more their organic, if you will, and they're now tapping into that. And they broke through it. So this is about to plummet. So for this position, I would be almost on the finger to close it. If it comes past here, I would bail out because we're going to go with GME. So I would take a 0.58% loss just to play it safe. So we'll watch these guys and see what's going on. Yeah. Or you could ride it out. I still think we'll be up here later in the day, but if you bail out, you could probably buy back in, especially if GME rolls. They will drag us pretty good. So we'll see. If down, canned tuna. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'll have a steak. Actually, canned tuna is pretty expensive, actually. Um, what would be the cheapest food I eat? I guess it would just be oh, actually that's it. If I don't make the 10Ds today, I'll just eat um uncooked pasta. Just throw it in there. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Don't even waste the hydro. Or for people that aren't Canadian, the electricity to cook the pasta. I can't afford that. It's my punishment. Let the stomach acid digest the raw pasta, which will probably just like perforate my insides. Uh, but that's the punishments. That's pretty good. They're kind of making a parabolic, a U shape, but gotta gotta get some green in there, GameStop, especially on a Monday. If our Monday's not green, the rest of the week doesn't look that good. Just catching up on Reddit. I didn't miss much. Rocket ships, popcorn, all this talk of gamma squeezes. A lot of people realizing that, yeah, this is a $20 stock. The question is, so I'm doing day trading or swing trading, depending on who asks, or how you define it. And so I'm trying to buy and sell within a relatively short period, but I know my long-term hold, if I hold it till fall, I'm looking at like $20. But I'm trying to make my percentage before we get there by buying low and selling high within the, I guess, what is it? The intraday period, the swings, if you see here, right? So it comes with some risk. I like it just because I can see the patterns. So here, I could buy in at a low, and then I can nullify my old position that I just made earlier, average it down, and then when this swings up, I'll be in a greater green. Done. If I rode the whole thing out, I would save $20 in commission, but I would have not made the extra 2 grand or whatever this swing would get me. So when this swing completes itself, I would make another 7%. So 7% on 60K is quite a bit of money. So that's kind of what I do. But yeah, we're going back down to slow volume. How's GME? Oh, I'm looking at GME. Whoops. AMC and GME look very much the same. Yeah, pretty much. Okay, so they're starting to come out. There we go. Yeah, exactly. Now this stock is definitely upwards bound, which is good. Yeah. Don't know why we're declining. We should be going up. The volume is good. This is like no volume selling. I'm sorry. That's like no volume selling. So this must be just a few people hitting the sell button, trying to lock in the profits that they bought here. Because perhaps they think it's going to go lower. This is starting to look like a roll, but it hasn't quite gotten enough. The Dow's still doing great. What are we looking at? Just to get a matter of 2%. Okay, it's not too big of a drop. Guess we'll have to wait and see. There we go. My throat was killing me there. Didn't want to cough all over the mic. I am a bot, ignore me. Someone's got a tag on Reddit now. Oh my god. Okay. So we're trying to make a U shape, it looks like. That's a little more natural. So basically, we're looking at something like this, right? Ugh, I keep forgetting this thing. So, yeah, are we? We have something like that. Maybe a little lower. So we're still within the realm. But yeah, what matters is when we come out of this curve, which we will, how much height we get. We need to break these if we're going to go anywhere. I don't know GME enough to know if it's got that power. So we're doing the same thing, depending on how you look at this. Yeah, so we're coming here. we're doing this, and it's probably out to here. So let's see if we can. Ah, God, I hate this. Hate the draw tool. Where's the normal clicking tool now? It just went away? Oh, it scrolled up. Okay, good. All right, so now we just have to wait this out, basically. So if we don't follow this U-shaped pattern, then what that tells us is something's changed, and we're either looking at a positive or negative change, depending if it's green or red. If it's negative, we're in for a little bit of hurt. If it's positive, then we're going to get a bit of retraction because it's a little too early for organic, if you will, growth. But we'll see how this plays out. It's looking kind of positive with the last 8 or so greens there. Kind of stalled, crashed a little, lifted up, crashed a little, gapped up, jumped a little, deleted that whole jump. But it could just be trying to figure out its floor until people get confident. We'll see. When it comes to buying and selling, I generally buy on the downward slope of something, and I'm generally trying to buy the bounce because I find that's the easiest to predict. Or I'll buy on the upswing. I've been doing that lately. When it's clear as day, it's got more legs because I have the buy prepped and I know all the retail investors are seeing it, logging in or whatever, so they're slow. So I get in before they do, and then they dump all their money, and I get out like minutes afterwards. I basically set up the sell after I make the buy, just to catch those swings. But for the ones that I'm going in a little bit longer, I usually go on the downswing, trying to catch the bounce that I foresee, if you will. Sometimes, like here, I could buy into this U, but this U is risky because, as you just saw right there, it's like at any point it's building its floor. It may actually take that floor and turn it into a downward slope. You don't know. You're hoping it's a U, but you can't predict the future. So if it then becomes very negative, like if this is a bigger red, then you're pooched. You just lost like 2% trying to catch this U. So I try to stay away from things that I can't predict, I guess, or I have less confidence in would be more accurate. Yeah. So this is bad. And is it GME or is it us? It's mostly us. GME is still following the U. This might level out a little flat, judging by these reds. They're slowing its trajectory. So this is not good. So this is us. Dow, NASDAQ. Yeah, so that's not good. So I'd probably bail on this position I had earlier. This looks like it's going to plummet. You could hold it a little longer if you don't want to pay the commission or take the loss. See if it goes below this. If it goes below this, then I'd be scared. This might be the floor now, but it's not a good sign when volume goes up and we're the only ones selling. Let's see. Can this completely destroy that? Come on. Good. Wiped it out. Now go for the second one. So maybe we're just getting a lot of paper-handed kids here. We're getting sudden drops, but they're not indicative of where we want to be or where the stock wants to be. This really needs to be green. Else we're slipping the slope. Not good. GME. Same thing. We need to get into the greens. Longer we go without greens. The Dow's doing amazing. Holy sweet Jesus. Dow's just taken off. It's at what now? 2.18? Yeah, NASDAQ's okay. Yeah, we should see some more positivity here. Yeah, yeah. I would say it's encouraging that the stock is on its own legs. Um, kind of at the precipice here. We're flirting with crashing and flirting with going up, but I feel like we have more down than we do up. Wow, their volume went to nothing. Interesting. Like, they've literally gone flat. Yeah, we should be taking off here. Excuse me. Maybe we just don't have the volume. Yeah, it's not looking healthy. So once people start to think it's going to roll, then you're going to have this sell-off to here. So we've already passed this point right here. So the next point is just a little further down, and we should then roll. Then we might see our green lift off. But yeah, this is why I don't buy into U-shapes too often. Because yeah, if it can't start that upward slope, then it just tumbles. I don't know what's causing this, though. At least not yet. There's got to be some reason. Volume's ticked up. The Dow's going up, so this has got to be probably Redditors or retail investors, not portfolios with AMC in it. So negative sentiment maybe on Reddit is doing this to us. Let's take a gander. Just crazy kids. And nothing important on Reddit, just the same old spam. Oh, nice surge there, but still low volume. I found Cedar, since Cedar here is saying in the chats, saying how AMC runs opposite of the market. I found the AMC runs really tied to the Dow. Like this and AMC were pretty much hand to hand. Um, but today it's not. Um, but I find if you take the sum of the Dow and GME and put them together, you get basically what AMC is doing. So why they're tanking, right? We go with them, but then we're also lifted a bit by the Dow. But I would expect this is positivity. Like we're up in the clouds compared to yesterday, which was just garbage. So I'd expect that positivity to show up. Did my truffles arise? Nope. I want my truffles. Apparently they're really good. I've not bought truffles before, but I'm like I'm an arista ape. I gotta buy the good things, and then I won't wear a suit. That's for slave apes. Um, but anyways, yeah. So I found them very tied together. Um, but GME definitely has a huge effect on us. But you could think of it another way as when Reddit followers want to sell off, they sell off their portfolio. So when they get thrown out, we get thrown out. But it's starting to seem less and less lately. Um, so that's good. So that means we have AMC, like institutional buyers, and we also have diehards on our side. So people that are only trading AMC or refuse to sell it or whatever. So that's beneficial to us. Um, so it might be that this U shape is now just dragging out a little longer. I'm still thinking we're going for a U. This might be just trying to find its floor. We'll see. As for us, that was pretty grim right there. Yeah. Yeah, we got awfully close to basically going for a tumble. So, same thing here. We're making our U shape, but we apparently had a new floor. So, it's a little, again, a little too optimistic. But, anyways, it's following the natural order of things. You can see the U. So, as long as we can start clearing 680 or so in the next 10 minutes, then we are good. We start to go green. If we can't, if we get stuck at this price for the next 10 minutes, then we're looking at a good potential tumble. And we're damn close to this low point. So that tumble will be pretty good. So that's nice and normal. That's good. Looking healthy. Good support. These are staying pushed up. Good. Still flying high. Still flying high. All right. Doing good. Volume kicked up a little too. That's nice. So we might be getting ourselves out of this hole. Maybe. I'm going to Pluto with an Uzi. Oh my lord. Oh, that's there. So we led on that one. We started tanking. GME followed suit. The Dow, the Nasdaq. So there was a little bit of a market sell-off there. And then it bounced. Nope. Let's see if they follow suit. We bounced up. Yeah, that's what I thought. See, when the Dow goes, we tend to go. We kind of push through that little jank there, but yeah, this was then GME. Yeah, bringing us down. Jeez, GME is just all scatter plot. It's all over the freaking place. But they have huge spreads, which is why it's all jumpy, like here to there and up, and you know, AMC's got sweet 1 cent spreads. Yeah, so I'm not too confident about what's going to happen next. We have way too low volume to have any real confidence. Like, I would think we should be doing a U shape, but we just keep getting so much negative. Most of these should be green, which is not a good sign. It's like we're fighting against the flow, which is it wants to crash. So yeah, here, if we don't, oh, that's good. That's a good sign. If we don't get back up into here, this could stave off the roll. So I'm buying the dip. Yeah, bring us up a little higher to 64 or so. That would be perfect. Gotta love these sudden interventions from Reddit. Volume's just like, no, 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 kunk, and inject money. Excellent. Oh, and GME did not get the bailout. They got the sellout. Awesome. Dow, me. Nasdaq, excellent. Look at that. I wonder if they'll turn green. That would be a really good sign. If they're red and we're green, oh, that would make my day. That'd mean either the money's flowing out of GME and flowing into us, or we've separated. Our divorce is finally finalized. Who knows? It's low volume. It just looks scary. There was no buyers. Easily crushable. Volume's picking up. GME. GME's not even moving. Apparently they got pretty decent volume. It's at 10, and it's 41 is the average for the day. And we're almost halfway. Weird. Yeah, this should go green. Oh, flattened. So let's see if we'll make a pendant. Don't think so. If this isn't a long red, if we could get a green in here, I think it's still salvageable. Just need a good green in here. GME. Still going down, and it's breaking new lows? No. It's breaking this guy. It has to get below 101. Okay, so we're still good. That will be interesting to see when GME goes under 101, what it's going to do to us if we're going to get tugged. Excellent. Thank you, whoever bought. Good. Staving that off. Ah, oh, very nice. Yeah, let me readjust to my little drawing of the U. So I'm still thinking we're aiming for basically that. So well, I guess it's a really bad drawing. So we're trying to go up this way linearly. So we should be jumping back into this realm here. We just got a little depressed. I had a little bit of a sad moment here. Oof. Nope. Rip. I wonder though if there's going to be a huge cash injection, like you know, GME can do the whole Phoenix from the ashes kind of thing. We'll see, I guess. Yeah, well, it's trying. Oh, they're getting dumped, and we're getting dumped. Someone's giving us the green shower. Except our last one got destroyed. Let's see. Good. Dow, NASDAQ is just going. Alright, can we break the old one? If we can go over the height of the other one, then that solidifies it. Oh, crushed. Ouch. So we are trying to form a kind of a pendant, except we got flats or dojis. That's this many this close is kind of rare. So this is kind of like the opposite of having a flat ceiling here. You're having a flat floor, I guess. Yeah. That's so, they're fighting. Come on, get us over these guys. Get us past this retarded red and we can call it an evening. Let's go. Yes, that's one. One more jump. Let's go. Yeah, we're clear. All right, good. So we broke this. We're out of this U shape here. So then we'll retract a tiny bit, and then we should be good now. If that doesn't get completely erased, I will cry. Just watch this go. Oh, perfect. All right, good. This didn't do anything. This didn't do anything. And this is still taking off. Good. All right. Tiny retraction. And let's get back on track. Or no retraction. We could do that. That's even better. Here, I want to be zoomed in like that. There we go. Perfect. There she goes. Now we don't want it to get too high or it's going to red down, but that's a good little jump. How much? 30 seconds left on the clock. And then the next one should be good. Yeah, get us out of this stupid hole. Perfect. Yeah, we're going to finish Yeah, this is good enough. Here or just slightly above, good. Now, if this one's green, then we should be good. We've got ourselves out of here. Nice, we gapped up. Now give us a good green. This should be high. Come on. You don't hit resistance until 870. Should be able to jump 3 cents. Come on. You know you want to. No, Jimmy's up. Dow. Dow's up. We should be seeing vertical motion. Come on. Why are you slow? Get us up to 70. If we stall for too long, it's gonna go red. We need a sizable jump. 3 cents. Get us out of this pit before we roll back in it. It's all about that momentum. Which we currently have none. Come on. Yeah, she's all green. Yeah, the retard cash right there. There we go. Okay, 1 cent. You can do it. Yeah, it looks like there's just a big buyer-seller battle right now. Oof. Which slipped through. That's not bad. That's just the foot got slipped off the gas pedal kind of deal. That's a little less good. Damn. GME, did you do this to us? No. Dow? No. Okay, this is all us. Oh, clicky click. It should just be a gas pedal. We should see green. This could also be a retraction for this, but I mean, this is not much and it's pretty slow. But we'll see when this tells us. Now, can we get out of this red? It's more likely to be too green than a crash. That should be a little bit, yeah, good. If we can clear this red, we'll be okay. One more, one more. Do it. Do it. Get us out of this red. Damn it. Jeez, they had a flat too. Alright, so there was some selling pressure on GME. Dow's looking okay. We should be getting clear. Let's try it. It's just frozen. Still good. Still kind of 40% of this bad boy right here. This was scary because it ate these two guys, but we blew through it. We came right back, so it's not a problem. So this red is now really this guy here. But we still have all these people. Yeah, we're still good. Now if this gets past the 50% mark, it's probably going to go to here. And once it gets to here, then that's a little bit worrisome because it might just jump down. But looks like we're crushing it. Because we do have the 50% mark of this guy, so he's going to get pushed up to 40 or pulled down to 60. So this should tell us where we're going to stay. So that pushes us up to 40% of this guy at least. Now we've gone to the 100% 60. Since we can't get any finer detail, I guess, because this is the span of 2 cents, I guess. We don't have the resolution on the y-axis. So I want to see this get crushed. Oof. Come on. A little bit of sell-out. Wow, there goes the Dow. Oh, I'm a little zoomed in. Okay, good. I was like, wow, that's still sizable. That puts us back a bit. Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. Not too bad. A little bit of a setback. We're handling it pretty well. Good. You just don't want to see overreaction. So if the Dow goes to the floor and we follow suit, cool. If the Dow goes a little bit and we go a lot, not good. Because it triggered us, but we're overreacting. And then overreaction's not good because then the floor can just slip out at any given moment and screw you. So then it becomes riskier and riskier to play. Oh, that's a good sign right there. Just blew right through it. Told red no means no. Excellent. And the volume. Oh, we broke through. Whoa, whoops. My mousey fell off the desk. That's good. We broke through for a second there. Now we just have to get 1 more cent. We want 68. Come on. You can do it. Get us out of this crappy asshole. And you can kind of see a pendant shape right here. Ah, beauty. We broke through. So there you go. See, once you break through, then you get a little bit of run, and we ran right up basically to 71. Yeah, which is here. Now this is the robotic ceiling. Can we get past 71? Yep, perfect. So now the next jump is 877. Oh, no. Okay, we're still going to play at this level. All right, not bad. We're back to this kind of robotic level or whatever we want to call it. But see, we completed our U shape. A little dragged out, but that's a proper U. So this is healthy. And you could argue this is the corner. So if we can just stay at this level, then we've done good. Excellent. Much better shape we were. That easily could have been a roll. That's very negative looking kind of curve. Same with this, but luckily we had some buyers come in. Saved our ass right here and here. Because yeah, if there was no buyers, this never happened, then it would have been here to there to here. It would have just slid because everybody wants to keep their profits. So excellent. Excellent, excellent. GME got the same treatment. Excellent. Dow is pooping. And we are defying the Dow. That's good. So this is all GME bucks, I guess. Yeah, but we have more sell-off. Jesus, they had like 0 volume. Oh, these are some weird-ass stocks. You can have massive volume and then it just goes nothing. Like pure silence. Like, that's just so weird. So that's normal. That's a little bit of retraction. It's perfectly healthy. And let's see if this green punches through. If so, we're going to go for another run. Perfect. Excellent. Okay, good, good. No retraction. Very good. Hold. Stay above them. Yes. 20 seconds left. Hell, even break more territory. Come on. Keep going. Almost there. Good. So then this might be a tiny retraction, but it should actually be a continuous run. Should continue. It's a little early for a retraction, because we just had a big one back there. Like fucking frozen. Come on. There you go. Perfect. Took it a minute. It was like, stroke. Come on. There we go. Excellent. Let's just drag this out. So now we're back into profit territory on our, oh, I locked this, right, on our thing from this morning. Perfect. Yay. So now we'll have a little helpful green bar that follows us, and that way I can calculate profit in real time without having to, stupid me, without having to flick around. So that's good. Excellent. Let's see how our compatriots are doing. Bottoming. Look at that. We're defying. Does that line up with ours? Where are they? It's so hard to friggin' tell now that they're so shitty volume. So this is 11.8. That's where they are right now. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 minutes ago. Whew. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this was GME's sell-off. But we started first, and then they catched up. Interesting. So now we're just hitting this type of resistance here. But see, I love these bars. Very helpful. Now you can visualize. We're basically batting against this ceiling right now. Once we clear that, then we're set to do this bad boy. But this is very high. So we need to do this organically, and that might take the rest of the day. But then that puts us into the 9s for the end of the day, which is exceptional. Considering we had 2 chances here, we could have just nosedived. So look at that. We're already climbing right up. We're almost halfway. So if people keep dumping money, which they're doing right now, we're going up. This is not great. Like, good, you're making money, but there's going to be a sell-off. So I'd be reducing my position as we're going up. And then just wait for the next dip. I think it's a little early. We still have probably 8.95, at which it's too high for my blood. So I'd have my finger on the sell button right now. GME is not moving. This is all us. Dow? NASDAQ? Nope, this is all us. All right, yeah. So, yeah, let it go a little bit more, and then, yeah, this is good. It's taking a breather. Oh, she's going to charge up, and off she goes. No hard crash. No, it's still looking good. We'll see. Oh, what the hell was that? Oh, a bunch of birds just flew into my window. I was like, why are there rocks with wings? Yeah, that would be a bird, a small bird. They were fighting each other and whacked into my window. Either that or I have some questions for my local government. The hell are you doing to the local rocks? They got wings. So that's a good breather. Now we just got to get back up the energy, which we should. This shouldn't be the peak for today. It's only 11 o'clock. No, come on. We're not done yet. Paper-handed bitches. Ah, they're still doing good. They're still doing good, and we're still doing good. Yeah, this is just paper-handed bitches. We should go a little bit higher. Yeah, it's a little too much of a retraction. Not for this kind of momentum. Let's see if the buy-in will quickly erase that. It's trying to figure it out. At least we're getting some volume. We're getting some speed now. But that's kind of good. The green definitely outweighs the red, as you can see, since about 10:30. Just green, a little breather, green, 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 a little breather. Yeah, we're overdue for a nice big green. Make it happen. Get us up to 890, even better, 895. Wow, look at this. Holy crap. The bids and the asks, there's a lot of for sale. Holy crap. Come on. Oof. A foot on the gas pedal again. We're just hitting a lot of selling pressure, but we're definitely not supposed to be negative right now. We're still in the middle of a run. We're definitely not done yet. This is peak running season. Come on. No, 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 this is all us. Come on. This should break over the red and then might get a jump just because it clears the red. Yeah. Now can it do the second red? The first red was, of course, easy. If it can do the second red, then we'll be back on track. If not, we'll start to go into more of a U shape. But we're definitely on the up, for sure here. Whether or not the idiots that sold realize it. There we go. A little delayed, but that's what I was looking for like 2 minutes ago. Now the next one should help us get out. And then we'll be back to where we are. Yeah, Depending also too when it flips minute to minute, you could be in between cycles. So even though you're seeing red right now, that should be mostly green, but it's because we stopped high. Um, you're getting red back down to the level to where we stopped on the green bar. But when we switched over, we gapped up. So this is just coming back to the level of the top of that green bar. Now we're getting red. We're going into the green bar. That's a little more negative, but not horrible. 10%, 20% into the green bar is nothing. And then the next green bar will bring us up halfway or over halfway of the red bar, and then we'll organically dig our ass out. Or we're really lucky and we'll just blow right through that red completely. We will see what the future has for us. Either way, still positive. So we want to at least eat half of that red or completely eat that red to get us going. And half is probably going to be 60 or 40 since it never really stops at half. So we probably want to go to 60% of that red, and that should solidify this up we did, and then we can keep on going. There we go. We jumped up. We gapped up to above the red or equal to it. Nice. There we go. Easy peasy. It's all about reading dem charts. You can't predict the future. You just kind of know what's going to happen, but when? Is it a couple minutes, 10 minutes? Who knows? But yeah, we got to get close. Yeah, there we go. Better. I was going to say, we have to get over that red. If we don't get over the red, then it has a very good chance of rolling. And now we're going to go off the top of my screen. Ugh, I got to move my diamond hands, but they're so heavy. Okay. There we go. So we're raking in the profit. So right now I probably made about I don't know, $2,000. No, $2,000 minus a bit. Easy dollars. And if you would have bought at the bottom of that dip, you know, you're looking at gazillion dollars. Yep. I think we were hitting the resistance. Yeah, we're well over it. So our next resistance is 910. We're basically in the clouds at this point. Let me unlock this. Then we can do real-time money. Inputs. Entry price. How much did I buy? My account is now 60,000 USD. So I am currently making, I'm now at 68,000, so I've made $8,000. I'm up 2,830. Or is that 20? No, I must be reading that wrong. Hold on a second. Profit level, stop at 910. Yes. I'll see when it moves up. 40 cents. Oh, no, I see what it is. If I got there, so currently I've made $5,000, right? If I hit this top, I'll be at 68. Got it. That makes more sense. I'm like, no way I made 28,000. I don't have enough money for that. So this is a $5,000 mark. So we're still in a bull run. We're still doing fine. A bull run like this where people are jumping in, money makes money. We don't really have the volume. We couldn't really call it a bull run, kind of a bull walk. Um, but when you know it's over is when you see over a 50% retraction. Um, that's when your signal to get out. Um, so we're not even close. 10% retractions, 20% retractions, nothing. Don't worry about it. It's just bumps in the road, as they say. And this is why it's nice to buy real low, because as this wiggles, I'm losing like $1,000 on the wiggle. You're not watching it go from 0 to -$1,000. You're watching it go from 6 to 5, and it doesn't hurt as much. So you can sustain. So now we're getting into retraction territory here. So if it goes over 50% here, I'd probably sell. So if it got back to 888, I'd probably bail out just so I secure some of my profits in case it goes and tries to do the entire line. Oh no. How do I drag it down? It's stuck. Well, that's no good. Great. Oh, we'll just leave this off for now. Less things on the chart. So we completed the U. We can get rid of that too. So yeah. So you can see here, if we just go back auto, we go back and look at, you can see clear as day a big U, right? And if you look at the tops, I think it's this one. Give me a horizontal ray. Pop. So right here is what we had to clear. So see, there's a little bit of resistance. Kind of, it's not happy. So we came through and we came up with enough speed. We broke through, went over it, and then we kind of caught back with reality. But we stayed around it. But as long as this didn't curve, we're now above this line. So we're going to stay above this line. It's going to take a little bit more effort to get below the line. And that's good. And because we had a sell-off in the morning, it stabilized this area as well. We had another down pressure, but again, stabilized. So we're looking at a nice organic growth. We're still going up, and basically that helps get rid of negativity. We get slow buy-in. Everything is going millhouse. And so those are all positive indicators that, this isn't going to happen. You're not going to have a sudden kunk, and all your money's going to go. So that should be a little bit more aggressive in the short term. So right now we're hoping that it doesn't go below this line, which is basically this line again. We're trying to stay above this line, because if we get below here, it's going to probably drop into here, and then we're going to have to fish our ass out again. So GME is dragging us down. The Dow is okay. NASDAQ is eh. So let's just hope GME does not drag us too far down. Yeah, see, now we're hitting 88. So this is, if I didn't have commissions, I'd probably bail, take my profit, and then I'd be looking at buying below, closer to this line, or just underneath it. Yeah, so see, there it goes. We're getting too close, so now it's passing the 50% and it's going to run. But the line's going to repel it. So you got to kind of weigh it out now. So let's see. Come on. Well, GME is injecting dollars, so that might stave off our decline. Nope. Let's see. It's like I think my chart's like froze. It's just like no motion, just stuck. I'm like, where are we going? Well, that's good, but it has to eat the whole thing for it to be a turnaround. No, still suffering negative pressure. They're still declining. Oh, that's gonna. Yeah. Okay. So then, those two indications, this going downish, this crashing, this isn't gonna hold. So I think we're gonna bust below this line. So then I basically would have just out of safety sold my profit position. If I didn't sell there, definitely sell now as we got a little bit of green, and then wait for the Dow to level out just for safety. Um, because when the pressure builds up, if the buyers suddenly stop, then we could easily drop like 5-10 cents. So that's let it ride and see what happens. But generally, not good, okay, and not good. So this should go red. But we are close to that line, so who knows? Yeah, I'm expecting these greens to be crushed until the Dow starts turning around. And then once we get out of this red, then I would buy back in at a higher price, and I might lose like a percent in potential profits, but I also just saved myself from a total crash, right? Because this is starting to look good. If especially if this one goes over that long red to the left, yeah, which is nice. This is good, but the Dow is still going down. Let's see if this one holds. Hmm. Someone's buying on low volume. Oof, very nice. But I don't think it's going to hold. The volume's too low. Yeah, this might be a long red. If it's a short red and the volume picks up, then that would be an indication to buy. But I think either and now that the volume's slow, things might take longer, but I think this red is going to be either one long one or two to make a long one and bring us back down a tiny bit. At least 60% of this green, maybe the whole thing. Because, yeah, both GME and the Dow aren't doing good. Ugh. This should be big. Come on. Big red. Needs to finish off what it was. Oh, no, the volume's picking up. I was going to say it needs to finish off what its brother did the one tick before. It needs to go to retract a little bit more. It looks like the buyers are picking up again. So it might be muted. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, see it's getting pushed up, but it does want to fall. It wants to complete the pattern because of all the downward pressure. So like in my mind, the way I rationalize stocks is kind of like buckets of water. So you need to know how fast water's flowing out by the general pressures of the big global market. And so if the Dow is leaking money and the Nasdaq's leaking money and everyone's leaking money, then on the general scale, you're leaking money. And then you have to put in the short-term scale. People, redditors dumping money, the patterns in the chart triggering behaviors, because the long-term money or the general ebb and flow isn't looking at patterns. They're just selling based on numbers that are based on math done by a bunch of things. So they're not looking at the chart. They don't react to the chart. Um, and so you have to weigh them out. So like right now, we should be declining based on the indicators, but our buyers are keeping us up. But our buyers won't last forever because they don't have infinite money. So we should see a sudden drop on the red once we get back to reality, which is we should be declining um, pretty severely until the Dow picks itself up. I think the Dow is still, yeah, it's just bottomed out. So we may have survived the whole thing. So this might be the last red. I was expecting down here, but our buyers are keeping us propped up. But now that the leaking has stopped, yeah, so now we should see up as long as GME doesn't friggin' go down. If the GME goes up, then we should just rocket and make an S shape here. So we should see a sizable green now that the leaking has stopped. Our buyers can take over. Yeah, so now we should rocket. Here we go. As soon as they clue in. Come on. Oh, come on. Everyone's going up. You can do it, GME. Come on. Oh, I might still do it without you. All right, stay flat or grow. Either way. Let's see, there you go, all right? It's just it's like buckets of water. So, and that's very good right there. It went da 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 da, and they said no, eats it. Good. And same here. It's like da da da, and it's like F U C N of the K's. But it really needs to. Generally, it's as Cedar said before. At one point, it's generally an elevator down, stairs up. So you crash hard, but you get constant fighting the way up. So it's not going to look as good. Not like this. This is a nice run. Yeah, GME's weighing us down. So we didn't quite clear this. So if this green can just get us into here, then we're back on track. Um, but yeah, so this is all just a byproduct of negative pressure and GME sell-off would be my money. But now we're in a healthier state. And that's why yesterday was such a hard time because we had a lot of positivity, but the Dow was just -3 the whole day. It hated us. So now it's safe to buy back in unless the Dow decides to turn around. As long as the Dow keeps doing its thing, okay. But I think based on this, I don't think this is a bump in a dead cat. It looks like it's getting there. It might be curving, but we should at least get a little more height in the real short term before this thing curves. So it's now just GME needs to get its head out of its ass, which it's going into a pyramid shape right here. You can kind of see. So it should spike up to about 107, and then that should kick off our next bull run. So this would be all good buy indicators, which people are now realizing. See? It's not that hard. Stock markets aren't that hard. All right, this is gonna probably run a bit, so I'm gonna go get a sandwich. But yay! And look at that volume. We're making bank. All right, I came back right at the right time. So it did a run and it's curved a little. Good. So it's either taking a breather or it's done. But I'm going to go with breather since we're before 12 o'clock here. So it's good. Good run. Yeah, I'm on Reddit every day just so that I can, if something comes up, I get a heads up. Somebody will post something like, AMC executives have given themselves $4 million plus of shareholder money. And then I'm like, shotgun mouthwash. Luckily, though, the market did not react to it, as far as I can tell. So, yeah. But anyways, we're definitely made the tendies today. So, if you're looking to sell at peak, it's probably going to be in the next 30 minutes, which you could sell at peak and then basically buy in either later in the day or hold till tomorrow's dip. But I think you're going to have a couple percents overnight. Now that we're in the 9 territory, our next major resistance is 911. Oh, those 911s. Yeah, we're looking at 911, 943. It's going to be like 911 times 1,000. Oh my God. And then, yeah, then we're back into the 10, 11 territory. Feels good. I don't really want to get into the 10s and 11s today because this is going to happen again. It's going to get retracted. But, we had a nice gap up, which is great. Now, if we could just get some organic growth to put us into 950 by the end of the day or something, then we could at least hold it. Better off holding it. But we are still pretty much following the linear line, so that's good. This is a little too high. We're starting to do a one-sided mountain here. It's not that great, but let it run for as long as it can and then let it come back down to earth for refueling. So that volume's pretty good. But then you saw there's a little bit of sell-off, so we're probably hitting people's, people are getting their profit-grabbing hands out. Let's see how much volume's here. We really do have a lot more we can run here. But depends on how fast these people paper hands on us get their selling. I'm going to load up my brokerage while I wait. I don't think this is going to be too fast. Out for delivery. Some kind soul subscribe to my YouTube. Someone asked, why do I switch between Facebook and YouTube so often, even though I've been streaming for 3 friggin' days, and I only use Facebook twice and YouTube the first time is today? Ah, man. I love how everything is always a thing. Why do you always do this? It's my first day streaming. So everything is always, if you look at it that way. My God. All right. Let's see where we're doing at my brokerage. Yeah, still looking good. Glad the volume's picking up. I have noticed that the volume actually picks up. So volume's always high in the morning. That's common to all stocks. Most trading's done between 9:30 and 11. But with these stocks, we see a resurgence around noon and closing. And from what I'm gathering, and I could be completely wrong, is I'm thinking different segments of society are waking up. So you're getting the people that are like, noon wake uppers on the eastern seaboard. You're getting the western seaboard kicking in. You're getting overseas kicking in, or late night in UK, Europe. So they're getting off work and then they're getting on. So we're seeing more engagement from more than just the eastern seaboard of the United States in Canada, or just the whole states in general. You're seeing participation because this is such a popular stock from other countries, and you can see that in the Reddit. Um, excuse me, but yeah, because we do have weird volume. Like it should be powerful in the morning, taper off, maybe pick up at noon, and then go down to nothing. But we get these bursts at key times. So yeah, as time goes by, I'll figure it out. But it's something that I've noticed, and it's interesting to these stocks. Our volume times are weird compared to traditional stocks, I guess. At least the ones I've been involved in. All right, up 14.17. Excellent. Chart's good. Put it all on Millhouse. Good. So this should just be a solid day of profits. But we should be hitting our peak soon. So hopefully this little guy can run a little further, so if there's any decline, it will still leave us in the 9s or the high 8s. Keep your stomach and hold. Reddit. You guys are ridiculous. Um, yeah, so a lot of people do this whole buy and hold. Well, the problem with that is that you ride through all the good and you ride through all the bad. So much like the Roaring Kitty went from 42 million to God knows what, you have to be able to bail out. Because if you think about it, if you go up to 43 million and you bail out and then you bought back in at 50 after it hit 600, you basically can multiply your impact. So if you really believe in a stock, which I do not believe in GME, I would have bailed completely. You can always buy in more on the dips. So it doesn't make sense to just buy and hold. You buy, sell, buy again. And because you know the stock's going to be $20, $30 eventually. So either buy and go to sleep or play the game and try to work those angles, right? Yeah, well, that's how people play. I don't listen to most people because, I got 60 grand on the line. I'm not putting that in the hands of somebody that thinks he should bone his mom and get blowjobs at AMC, which is pretty much 80% of the chat right now. Yeah. Plus, if I had to wait till fall, I'd be bored off my rocker. So I'm going to swing trade, day trade until we get there. And so, I got all that 15% goodness today because I was in since yesterday's close. So, 15% on 60K. It's life just keeps on giving. God. Well, glad to have you guys with me. Get entertained. Hopefully I'm entertaining. You're entertaining me. And yeah, that's my sentiment as well, is that as a long-term hold, whatever you buy in now is irrelevant because we're going to 10, like no doubt going to hit 10, and we'll be at 20, 30 by fall or winter. So And we may not actually hit 20, but we'll be there in the sense that you've doubled your money or tripled your money. Um, they might dilute the shares or something stupid or buy back, so the number actually might jump. Who knows? Um, AMC does seem like a debt, a debt-loving company, so they're more apt to print money than they are to save it. But that doesn't matter to us. Um, all we really need to care about is if theaters are going to go under or Hollywood hates AMC. Those two would F us big time. Um, GME is going up, so that's good. That should drag us out. Going, oh, nice. Vertical, excellent. And that's a lot too. Perfect. That's gonna get us going. Okay, so they're punching through. So far, so good. Excellent. So we've cleared yesterday, or sorry, this morning. So we're way past resistance. So now it's basically just free run, and we'll be banging into this when we get into the tens. But yeah, 972, 996, 930 is here. But no, we should have pretty much, because this was just a crash, we can do the same thing going up. But when you get like this is more indecision, and usually you get that when you come back. So yeah, we might be able to get back up there. Let's see. We still got the rest of the day to go. If we keep our momentum, 12 is sometimes a turnaround point, but it doesn't seem like the case for AMC. I know for weed stocks, which I traded for 3 years, 12 was the peak. If it didn't peak in the morning, it peaks at 12 and that's it. It goes downhill all the time, every time. Unless it's on a huge tear and then it will keep going all day. Um, but I don't know about AMC. I've only been trading it for 20 days now, and it seems like it can spike at 1 o'clock in the afternoon or spike right at close. It's very unpredictable. Um, but that's because we have people, Redditors, dumping money at, they see a post and they dump 20 grand out of the blue. So it doesn't follow convention, and it's very unpredictable. But luckily, people are buying out of the blue, not selling out of the blue, which is good. So we tend to get spikes that go up versus random spikes that go down. So that's good. Yeah. But looking at the chart, we could, if we keep that velocity, we could hit 10 by noon. Or no, sorry, not noon. 1:30. Yeah. Yeah. If we're really lucky, yeah, we'll be in the high nines, 10, near 10 in the next 30 minutes if we get a couple good spikes. We're going into a pendant shape again. So that's good. Charging up for a breakout. So we'll have one little small guy here possibly, and then off we go. This is a nice chart. It's about as healthy as a chart can look. I mean, it's kind of small, but you have nice, simple, organic growth, little bit of retraction, and you just nice, yummy growth. Very nice. Yeah. Wild swings are great for making profit, but it shows lack of confidence, and unless all the swings are in the buy, then that's good. But if you get buy, sell, and they're equal size, it just means people don't know what they want, and then it gets dicey. All right, let's see this baby. Can you break out? Nope. We need to get into the 30, 39s. I'll zoom in a little here. There we go. Oh, shit. There she goes. Yep. Bust out. A little bit more. Now needs a punch 38. Almost. Break 38, and we're going for another run. People are like, this is a dead cat. It's not a dead cat. Dead cats are pretty clear. You're plummeting to Earth, and then all of a sudden it decides it's magically going to save itself from its plummet to Earth. It's like, no. This is like the opposite of a dead cat. It's like resurrection cat. It thinks it's going to die, but no, it's not going to die. And then it comes back to life. A glorious flying mutant zombie cat. Defies all. All right. I'm printing money. It feels good. Can we get to 1140 today so I can go buy another 65-inch OLED? I kind of want to do 3 monitors, but 65-inch OLEDs so that I get the premium experience. Maybe throw a 75-inch LCD on the top. Just go all out. Jesus. Yeah, volume's nice and high. GME is up. Dow is over 2.1. So let's see how the Dow's doing. Oh, no. Dow is flirting. So see what I was saying where we were here and I was like, we're not going to crash. We got a curve, and if we're going to curve, at least we'd be in the clear. So we'd have a little bit of energy from the Dow here before we start to turn. And so that translated into us helping this. And then GME basically pulled us out of it. But the Dow gave us that early push. So it always tends to be a combination of factors that either start or stop. But once it gets going, then look at that yummy ass line. So now we're hitting a rooftop here. So let's see where that goes. So if we zoom out, where does that take us? We're hitting here. So we're hitting the 25th. What day was that? 25th was a Thursday last week. So we're now at 940. Ah, beauty. So we're hitting here. If we go further back, we're back into the 5s. And we got to turn off auto because we're shrinking. 9, get us back in here. Won't let us do it. Let's look at the 1 month. Auto. Okay, we're 9, so we're going into this territory. Yeah, okay, this is probably more like it. So we had a bunch of J's back in January where we flirted with 9. So this is probably why we're getting a little bit of hesitation. But a couple days of 14 before it, so not bad. We're just basically reversing this now. So we'll go here, and then we'll probably go into here. So we'll get into the 12s, the 14s, then we'll do our jump. We'll just kind of zigzag this. If you piece it all together and kind of make a slope, that's probably how we're going to do it. Man, 5 to 20. That's fucking ridiculous. Yeah. So, okay, looking good. Looking nuts, but looking good. So yeah. All right, well, let's see where this goes. I don't want to get too optimistic. I don't like counting chickens before they hatch, but we are on a tear. So, and look at the volume. So this baby's not even going to stop, not for a while. Oh, good stuff. Mm, still okay. As long as these stay upwards, we're okay. This is just it retracting some of its energy. Yeah, we're still great here. This is quite good. So I'll take this and we will do this. So it actually really wants to be kind of here. So we're definitely over the earlier line. But if we go here and we do this, it's crazy high, aggressive. That's too much, I think, for this stock. So let's make more of a natural slope. So if we line it up, yeah, so we could fall into the 920s. If we're going to curve, it might be 920s, 910s. So it's going to look a little like this. And then after which I don't know where it's going to go. But if we keep this going at the velocity that said thing, oh, no. But yeah, if we kept it at the velocity that it wants to be at, then that's just overselling. Don't worry about it. Then we would be up in the, where would be? So by end of day, we would be looking at, fuck, incredible money. 1080, even more. Yeah, so this is gonna stunt our growth, but that's still, we could follow this line up. Could still go make a crazy ass line. Or maybe take one of these lines. It's still looking quite positive. Yeah. This is just pure profit taking. Let's see if we're being pushed down by anybody else. No. Dow, a little bit. NASDAQ, a little bit. Yeah. Not too bad. Nothing to worry about. Oh, and once we get to 1050, Wanda, the parent company, they converted their shares, right? At 1058. So Wanda could be selling all their shares at any price over 1058 to gain a profit and get their money back. So when we went up to 1140 the other day, that could have been part of the reason it was depressed, because it triggered off Wanda selling off some of their stake so that they can get their money back. So we'll have to watch for that on our way back up. But I think most institutional investors think this baby's going to 20. So they're trying to buy in at 5, 7, 9, wherever. So it's not a matter of if, but when. So like here, yeah, if you sold at the peak, which I wouldn't have predicted, I would have easily predicted this if I was paying attention. Um, because yeah, you're starting to slow down. You're going to the roll. As soon as it gets past here, she drops. So you have your finger on the sell button when you start to see some red, and then it's like, nope, you get out with everybody else, which is why this kind of flew through the floor. And then you wait for it to do its thing again, but then you can buy in, down here and get a difference of 10 cents. If you got a lot of money, then it makes a, difference. If you don't have a lot of money, you can just ride it out. But I like getting out because then I don't have to worry about it going down further. I rather miss out on money than lose a bunch. Oh, excuse me. So now we're just waiting for it to figure itself out. So it's gone flat, but our volume's actually quite high. Um, so that's a lot of buying and selling going back and forth, which really shouldn't be the case. There shouldn't be any selling right now, unless it's like artificial. So maybe somebody had a lot of shares and they're just dropping them, and it's taking this long to prop it up. Because if you're looking at the bid ask, there's some big dollars going through it, but it doesn't look like it's overloaded. But there's definitely sustained downwards pressure that needs to get lifted off. But what an odd price to sell at. Like, sell at the peak, sure. If you miss the peak, well, no point in selling now. This is, people are talking about how they dodged this decline. I don't think they're going to do much dodging. I think we're already out of it. Couple greens and we're going. Just a lot of downward pressure. So some guy sold and he's like, I'm going to buy back in when we get to 8. Yeah, that's a bit of a distance there. That's quite the distance. I mean, if you have the patience, you could wait and try to snag an 8, but I don't know if well, if it's going to crash, I would get out so that I can buy in at a cheaper price. But I have no loyalty to any stock. I'm not in here for psychological reasons. I'm here to make the dollars. So if we get 2 more greens, then we're out. Let's see what we get. It's good that we gapped up. Look at Reddit. Hold the line. Yeah. No, if you're managing other people's money or you're managing a lot of money, you can't just hold and forget. If this thing was to drop 15%, you would lose all of it. depending on where you bought in, right? So you can't afford to do that. It's not like you're just gambling away $1,000. You're gambling away 60, 120, half a million. Like the difference of a couple pennies is thousands and thousands of dollars. A car, even, depending on how much money you have. So yeah, you have to be a little. If I was doing moving a lot of money, I wouldn't be able to buy and sell on these small dips. You'd have to put your money in when the going is going good, so that you have a lot of room to take your money out. You need time because if you try to take all your money out at once, you will drag the money down as you're pulling it out, and then you screw yourself all the way down. So you have to buy it out in small chunks. Like that drop there, you saw it go, 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 and then it dropped. That was some big guy going, "Oh fuck, get my money out." But he just lost his money because it's now back over where he sold. So he'll probably get back in, which will cause us to suddenly spike up about the same amount, or he might wait a tiny bit um, just to see where it's going before he gets back in. So let's see. He's probably typing up his buy order right now. Set it to market. As soon as this stalls, he'll buy, and we'll jump up a nice square. Come on. Come on, big fish. Make it splash. You know you're greedy and you want your money. We'll see a sudden surge of volume and a big green bar if he gets back in. Volume's gone to nothing. Everybody's just waiting and watching. It's like 100 versus 500. Some negative pressure there. We broke right through it. That's good. Come on, big fish. Dump all your shares back in. Give us the jump. Or maybe he's buying in slow. Sold fast, but buying back slow so he doesn't drive up the price. Although that's beneficial, so. But who trades that extremely thin? You don't buy and sell on the pennies. That's just, you know, hardcore gambling. Yeah, this is basically the lunchtime lull. So it looks like the big fish is still waiting. Maybe went and got a sandwich. So somebody on Reddit's like, I bought AMC on Robinhood and it says that AMC is 100% of my portfolio. And as it goes up, it's now saying 93 and 95. It's a conspiracy. What he doesn't realize is that he's making cash. So he's actually getting money in his account. And so he has more cash on hand. Thus, the conspiracy is he's getting rich. And he's too simple to realize it. Oh, what a noob. Damn, the share went up 15% and my portfolio went up 15% in cash. Ah, what is this? Oh, jeez. And dividends are coming up too. Someone just mentioned. I forget exactly when, but they're pretty soon actually. Um, Although I don't know how dividends work with negative earnings per share. So we'll see how that works. You were the spammer with the all caps? Jesus. Oh. Oh, dividends. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. I looked at the last dividends. They were negative 3.8. And I was like, we owe you money? No, that doesn't work. So I, I think it's just the way it was being displayed. Because I think way dividends work is that they just pick a percentage and they say, okay, we're giving out 1.28. Dividends are neither mandatory nor the price is set. So they just pick a number in the hat, pick a date from a hat, and say, okay, here's what we're going to do. But yeah, I mean, they probably are going to hand out one hell of a nice dividend for this to try to get more investors because they have all this extra money, right? So they can be like, oh, everyone gets $1 a share. And you're like, wait, what? And it's like, boom, $5,000 because, they got the money now. They can just throw it, burn it. Then everybody will expect $1 the next dividend. And then, you know, you get a flood of money coming in. Then they can dial it back or something like that. Who knows? I'm sure they're talking about it right now at AMC headquarters. Someone's like, I just sold all my AMC to buy stock in Robinhood. Good stuff. So now we're just doing kind of an ebb and flow, going up, going down. As long as we don't make new lows, we should be okay. But yeah, we're basically just kind of pooched because of volume. Like we had almost zero volume for 2 minutes. So all of this kind of doesn't matter. Be nice if we were drifting upwards though, not downwards. But meh. And if we curl up the other side, so we've made one U, tried to get out, didn't, collapsed. Now we're going to make another U. And technically, this is like a really shitty W. So when we go back up, and the term they use is retest. So once we hit that top part again of the middle piece, we're retesting if we can go through it or not. And then that's when we'll decide if we're going to curve back down. Basically a classic W or a 3 peaks or whatever you want to call it. If we cannot get over that middle piece, then we're going to make a small mountain on the right hand side here. and then basically that small mountain will then collapse and will roll. But or we might even not get there if this is going to keep going down. But we should form, it should rank up a little before we crash again. All right, have fun. So that K Cosmos is trying to bet that it's going to be 850 or lower. I don't think we're going to get that big of a retraction, especially if we can continue to hold like we're doing right now. We had that kind of retraction yesterday, so that's kind of done. Don't think we're going to get back into the deep eights unless there's some serious panic selling. But GME has gone up 12% now, so yeah, unless it all turns around. The Dow's good, Nasdaq's good, so I think we're only up and up from here. All right, let's see if we can get out and make a U shape. That's a correct response. It's not day drinking if you started it in the afternoon. You're just evening drinking and you haven't stopped. So all these Redditors are like, if it gets down to $8, I'm going to buy 2 more shares. Good. Whoa, a whole $16. You're, you're right. You're right up there, champ. You got this thing. Got it on lockdown. You should write a book or something. Art of the deal. Oh, man. Some of this stuff is just hilarious. case you're just joining randomly from YouTube, it's the AMC stock Reddit subchannel, and it's the daily live chat I'm watching, and that's also what comes up at the bottom of the screen here, in case you didn't want to reply or get your hands dirty with that degenerate scum. Oof, oof. Good group of people, just a lot of questionable folks. Dirty little dip. That'd make a good t-shirt. I made all my money on a dirty little dip. Or I like dips that are little and dirty, I guess. I don't know. Something like that. Could make some t-shirts. I'm definitely as soon as I get my money back into the 100,000s category, I'm gonna get a custom made shirt and just walk around with diamond hands. It's gonna be great. It's like, oh, my arms are too heavy. It's got to be these diamond fists. Can't do any work at work. Sorry, gotta go. But bragging that you made 5 grand isn't great. 100K, much better. Well, generally, easy day trading is in the morning because it usually dips and then it kicks up usually. So now that we're getting into the midday, we're going through the lunchtime lull, if you will. So now it's just kind of petering out, but you have to know your patterns, and I'd spend a lot of time looking at the chart and guessing, seeing if your guessing is anywhere close, and if it's not, then keep staring at the chart and learn how it moves, and you'll end up being able to predict it. Because you can kind of feel what it's likely to do. And then when it doesn't do what you feel, then you know to look around that something's changed or something's wrong. So right now we're making a giant pendant because we didn't complete the W. So then that's going to lead us to a breakout, which in this case, if it's negative, keeps sloping down, it might be a negative crash. If we drag past the afternoon and everybody comes up, then it could be a positive breakout. Depends on how the next 5 or so, I guess, would be ticks play out. And just so you can visualize what I'm seeing in my head, so I'm looking at this, right? And I'm looking at a triangle like that. So we still have this kind of room right here, and then it'll basically go like that or like this. But it's depending on how you look at the shape of this. So if I took a little sharper, if I use this top piece and bring it down, we're looking at, something in there. So we still got 1, 2, 3, 4 more minutes before that should kick off. Because we really needed to complete this W, and then we would have went like this and did that. But because we didn't complete it, and there's a lot of selling pressure, we're draining like this, but our buyers are keeping us up, so our buyers are keeping us from falling down. But eventually we're going to get to a point where our buyers are going to give up, which will be around here, and then we'll just straight line down versus curve line down. But we'll see. That's what I'm looking at coming up. But if we can break out of this, if we can get to like here in the next minute, then we can start getting back on track. But right now it just looks like we're curving out. And if we go too long, like we go forever and we stay up and we go into like 12:30 or whatever, that's going to lead us into a big U, and that's positive. But if we start declining and it speeds up, that's going to kill us. It's going to break out. Yeah, like kind of like that. So we didn't even make it here. So we need a couple, or we're just going to break down. So anyway, so as a day trader, this is just high risk. I wouldn't touch this with a pole because it could go any which way. Yeah. Yeah, TradingView is this. It's a website. I quite like it. It's nice and shiny, and it's not clunky as crap. Oh, I scrolled up. My bad. Yeah, so there's the breakdown. Now, if this is bigger than the guy before, it'll be a sell-off. We'll probably recover from it, but it's just going to be it's going to drag us down. Let's see how everybody else is doing. See if positive, neutral, positive. So this might lift us up. Yeah. Whoa. The drawings got all fadangled. Oh, they're so ugly now. There we go. That's better. So yeah, we didn't even make it to the point. So we broke through the floor, and once we did that, it just collapsed. So now we're doing this line. So the buyers are still keeping it up, but yeah. And once they let their feet off the gas pedal, it's just going to be straight down, bringing us probably, if we do this, we're looking at, this is around 40% already. The next big drop will drop us into the 870s again. We do have support at this level, 897. So yeah, we could be bouncing off some support. Anyways, let's get rid of all these drawings. There we go. That's not bad. So we peaked at noon-ish, or just before noon, so that's pretty normal. And then you taper off like 20% and then ride off the rest of the day. So that's a normal day. That's good. Now is that GME? Nope. Dow. NASDAQ. Okay, so that's more of the floors being lifted up and taking us with us, or the tides coming in, if you will, lifts all the boats. So we're still being pulled down by GME, but we got a little bit of lift there. Lots of lift. Lots of lift. So, not bad. All right. So I think this is probably going to climb out, and then we'll go into kind of a U shape again, or we might do a W if the pressure picks up. But we also see volumes ramping up, so people are back. So we should see a climb out. I don't think we're going to go back over this peak. So we're past 940 is our peak for the day. But who knows? You know, people are psychotic with their money. This volume might triple, and we might just go up. But at least it's looking a little more positive now. So I'm going to go get more food, and we'll just let this run out. We'll see probably 12:45. We can come back and see it. See they're going to go like oh, whoops. It's probably going to go like this, something like that. Probably. Yeah, that's a big sell. So if it does do that, then we could see something like this. Make a W shape. If it really wants to take its dear sweet time, then we'd see something like this going into the end of the day. It'll make a long protracted U, but this means we're not getting back out. These two have a chance to get, escape velocity, I think is what they call it. But if we drag out, basically, the buyers and the sellers said, you know what, I have enough, I'm done, and volume goes to nothing, and we just kind of, and then we get a last hurrah near the end of the day. And that's a very common pattern. So anyways, I'll get some more food, and we'll see where this goes. All right, so we're just going along the bottom of a U shape. Let's see if we break out. Maybe get somewhere. Lunchtime is a coffee milkshake. Breakfast of apes, ape champions. Yeah, I'd love to see us get back into the tens because then tomorrow is going to be so good. If we get a really solid day, then that's going to kick off a series of solid days, and then I can make some dollars. Then it'll crash for a day or two, but yeah, at least we'll all be rich. So that's not good. Oh, wrong thingy. So now we're breaking new lows. We're not even going to do the U shape. So then, yeah, so basically once we stop doing the U shape, then you basically get a bunch of sell-offs till the next support line, which was either where it stopped. Yeah, where it stopped basically. So it just jumped the gap. GME's going down, Dow's going down, Nasdaq's going down. So those are your indications that it's gonna go. Yeah. Rip. There we go. So you just wait for these things to turn around. So there's got to be some type of news came out or something. Getting a broad-based sell-off here. Standard and Poor, same thing. I mean, it's still not bad for those guys. They'll come out of it. The FTSE. It's already recovering. Just a bit of a sell-off there. So that might have been the end of it. We'll see. Then we can go back to our U shape right here-ish. Or our takeoff. Well, we could actually say that's our takeoff right there. And this one's no longer valid because this guy's too long. You can't just spring off of him. It'll be V-shaped, not when you have an arm like this, you can get a little bit of a retraction then go, so it becomes like a check mark. But once you've had a huge drop like this, you kind of need two or so to get you out, and then you can think about running away. Usually people don't just sell, immediately turn around and buy. It doesn't make sense. So there's a little bit of time where it lags. If you want to try to understand the psychology of your opponent, the other sharks and fishes and degenerates that are in the sea. So the pattern's starting to look pretty good. We're starting to level out, and that's good because once you level out, you can kind of start going up again. So when you see a pattern kind of like this, where it's like the volume starts declining, this wasn't a good sign here, but let's say this didn't happen. You're going into like a dive, but the volume's not there, and you basically can see that the angle's slowly going, yet you kind of flow in and you fly out, kind of like an airplane. You're not going to just turn around and go up vertically. But this isn't too bad. As long as it starts slowing down, then you're starting to get your lift. But when you have it, the volume's picking up and you're heading downwards, this is when you're looking at a sudden drop like this. And there's going to be a commitment. People are going to pull the plug. They're seeing it as a nosedive, and then they're going to self-fulfill that prophecy by selling, forcing it into the ground. Luckily, though, our buyers came in and saved us, but that could have easily been, 50-cent drop. So that's good. But up until this point, this was looking pretty negative. But this little bit here is now solidifying that we're, starting our upwards tick. So that's good. A good pattern. But you have to, so here, like when you're in a different zoom, you may not see those patterns. So you have to kind of get comfortable with a certain level of zoom. Because here it looks like it's flat, but then here it looks like a U. So you have to kind of get used to the different perspectives and the different time frames. Because if we switch to a 30-minute chart or let's say a 5-minute chart, now everything looks a little bit more simplistic. If we do a 45-minute chart, now you don't even see anything. It's like, oh, that was today. There was down, huge spike. Yeah. This is more if you're trying to get an overview, but I find the 1 minute, it allows me to see the patterns. And if you get used to some people play in like the days, so they compare days to days, but then I find you can't get a feel for the stock, but it all depends. To each their own. So this one's starting to do this shape, so that's good. So it will have a little bit down. We don't want to get up too fast, but good. We're doing the bounce, the check mark, if you will. It's good. But yeah, it just needs to slow down a tiny bit, get a few more minutes in. If it goes too fast, it runs the risk of just plummeting. I mean, I like the money. Either go way up or go slow. The in-between's not good. If you go way up, then we come back down and we're still up high. But if you go halfway, then it comes right back down. You need to do some type of an extreme. Okay, we're blowing past 905. That'll get us over this hump. But this is not a U, so this is not very sustainable. It's too much too quick. But who am I to disagree with Reddit and such diamond-fisted apes? Okay, let's get rid of that. Now, if we wanted to do the original U shape, yeah, we're past that. So now we're going to go on a run. It's not going to fall into this territory. We're more likely to go up in the next minutes or two. Because it's, yeah. Unless we get some retraction, some red soon, then we're probably going to go on a run. And this is probably the hardest part, being kind of like a day trader, swing trader, is to try to make money on this. You're like, okay, there's a good chance indications say up, 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 but then you're also at the halfway mark, so you could easily go down. So what do? If you make a call, you say you just bought a minute ago, you're now losing money, right? And it could easily just erase that whole green. So it's these calls where is this actually a run or is it not? So you actually miss out on all of this because you're waiting. And right now you still can't buy because it's not confirmed. You need it to go up a little bit more, and then you need to see the next one be good. Then you can buy, which means it'll run up to say about here. So you're only going to catch this much. Or you take the risk and you buy in right now, and you have a good chance of going down to here, but you also get the bigger reward. And then that's kind of the play. You have to kind of reel your odds. But sometimes you can look at GME getting money in, Dow going down, NASDAQ going up, flat. If all of those were green, then I would buy because even though this is showing red, I can kind of guess that Reddit's dumping money. The Dow, let's say it was green, is dumping money, and the NASDAQ's dumping money. Well, then somebody's going to be dumping money here, so that red turns to green. But then you have to constantly watch these because you're on a perilous cliff, if you will, and it could turn at any second. Now this is neat. We're getting a flat ceiling again at 905. Interesting. Let's see what's going on here. Horizontal line. So that brings us back to earlier. It's the top of it's the top of our entry. That's what that is. Okay, so that's 905. Okay, so that's just a normal psychological punting line, and you can see we kind of hit it a few times, bounced off of it, smacked into it a bunch of times, hit it, came down from it. So hit it here, hit it there. It's clearly a line that's important to people or machines or whoever. The matrix. Yeah. So if we're still on positive, we should see greens going up and hitting that line in like the next minute or two. Then it'll hit the line. It might go red again. Then it should go green, hit the line, and if it doesn't break through on the third try, then it's going flat down, and that's your warning. But we should get a couple more tries. Volume's picking up, so we should be a couple more tries to hit this line. Okay, so much for volume picking up. It just died. And crickets. Now we just need this to be green. Kind of make a U shape. Or a flat red's fine too. So as we start vectoring up. Volume's pitiful. Oh, sudden spike of volume right there. The selling's picking up. Let's take a look at GME. Interesting. There was a sudden spike of sell there. It's getting crushed by buy. So maybe that red will go away. But we should see it retest that line if nothing changes. this should be higher. It's getting pushed down by something. And GME's volume is garbage as well. Oh, there, that's what's doing it. Ah, okay, they're both going down. That's why it's not going up. This should have lifted over this square here, but it's getting pushed. So we might see a red into here or here until this turns around. And starting. Let's see. The volume's so low that we're not even moving. Okay. Can I zoom in to make motion? Can we make this a little more index to? Oh no, that's not what I want. Give me regular. Yeah. No, we're stuck on the pennies. We can't watch it fight it out at the thousandth of a penny. I'll just have to watch this boring crap. So I'm gonna have to. I was kind of expecting kind of this, and then it would do this, and then like that, or it would basically hit this, kind of go flat, and then plummet. Yeah. If we're gonna do this, it might be a longer U before we retest, or it could just be like that. Who knows? I don't really feel like it's gonna turn down. There's good upwards pressure. It's gonna be a gradual slope, if anything. At least that's my thoughts. I'm not extremely confident, or I would be placing buy orders and sell orders and all that. I'm kind of wait and see at this point for this to finish itself off. Once it exceeds this line, I'd be much more confident that it's over this depressed afternoon garbage. Oof, GME's gonna drag us down. Son of a bitch. So if they get past 107, then they're looking at 106. I hope they don't drag us down the whole day. Come on. Oof. Damn. Okay, we've lost, what are we at, 1.9? So we're curving pretty good here. We still have this gap. NASDAQ's fine. We'll see how that goes. I don't know the Dow enough to predict how the Dow usually shapes up. Like, to me, it's all just garbage lines. I know nothing about it. I've seen this before where it's kind of like a pointy crown. It usually ends up with straight down like this, and then it rolls or U shapes. But there usually is a drop, just like it came up, it comes down. So that might be soon. I don't know. It is 1 o'clock on a Monday, so it's usually not a down day. So all of that in mind, we might get pushed back into the 8s if this doesn't turn around. Okay, buying. Good. So the same people that are doing selling are not the same people doing buying. That's interesting. Well, I guess that's usually the case. Not enough. Let's see. Get some height on GMA. Then we can get out of this funky hole. Well, I think we're just going to have to wait until the volume ticks up. So I'm just going to put the microphone on mute. It's going to be probably another 10 minutes or so before we start to see the end of this U shape. I'll come back when we either crash or we start to retest this line here. But either way, this is a great 10%, so hopefully we hold most of it. All right, see you guys in about 5 to 10 minutes. All right, so I'm still here. It looks like we're just about to do our breakout. I had a little nap there. So, get our dollars. So, not bad. I made a call here to buy at the bottom. Figured it'd be a U shape. It ended up being a check mark, but not really. And then it kind of dragged out. So, I can move this down to here and let's say sell here. So, there, boom. I just made 2.2% on 6 grand or 60 grand, which is a bunch of money. I forget how to read this. $60,000 US. I either get 45,000 or I get 93,000. That's not right. I don't know. It used to tell me the numbers. I don't know what it's doing now. But successful nonetheless. Oh, good. Easy money. So that's 2 wins and 2 very, very small losses today. Good. Oh, that took friggin' forever. The only problem with this is, yeah, when it starts to lull, it's like, okay, we get a 30-minute break, I guess. Yeah, a bit of retraction there, but that's expected after a jump. Now the question is, are we going to get a second run this late in the day? Who knows? Let's see what GME's doing. Nothing important. Dow? Yeah, that's what's bringing us up. Okay, good. Come on, Dow. Go run into the moon or something. Make us rich. I can't go any louder. You're going to have to set your volume to extreme. People are complaining that 20% returns are not enough. Oh my God, where did we find these people? What? I don't double my money in one day. Fuck this stock market. It's garbage. So if you wanted to, you could probably buy into this retraction, but it's kind of dangerous. Kind of what they refer to as falling knives. So we had our burst. Now we just got to figure out where we're going to settle since we broke through the 905 line. I think we probably are going to settle at 9, somewhere right about here. I don't think we're going to go too much farther. And then let's see if we get a burst of energy from our partners at the Dow factory. They can just keep on chugging. Or even if GME can pull something out of their pooper. They're going into a wedge pattern here. A pendant. So they're doing this. So they're going to break out soon. Up. More than likely. I don't think it's going to be down. Yeah, it's... So let's see here. So that should bring us up. Good, 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 good. So we're just waiting for a burst of energy. And then we should be somewhere up here. Should happen soon. All right, let's see. Yeah, it's saying on my side that I'm pushing into -20, -28 decibels, which is pretty loud. Um, there is a little black thing that adjusts. That might be like a scrolling adjustable sound. I really don't know this OBS too well, so maybe that's what's going on. It's adjusting my voice to knock out the background hiss. Well, I don't know how to make it any louder, aside from cranking it to turbo. Okay, that's good. Well, you're going to enjoy my soft, passive voice, my calming voice, as we trade stocks together. Remember, there's no such thing as sad stocks, just happy little stocks. Now let's go paint some trees, paint some mountains. This is the way. Oh, we're following my little drawing to the T here. Printing money is what we're doing. Ugh, let's keep it up. The volume's shit, but we might still have legs. Dow's not slowing down. So here's this minute's going to be the deciding factor for GME. Looks like they tried to crash, but the buyers kept it up. Then the sellers took over. So let's see what happens here. If this goes to like here, then it starts to go down. If not, it'll do more of an upwards direction. Just so I don't get banned off YouTube. So it's trying. The reason it's all jagged is because they have a really bad spread. You buy at 11.17 and you sell at 11.40. Or actually, it's vice versa. Actually. So you're buying at 11.73 and you're selling at, that's almost an 80 cents difference right there. Like, that's just crap. So anyways, there's big gaps as a result. All right, GME's getting some cash injection, about double their shitty volume. That means we should be getting a cash injection. How about the Dow? Still good. That means we're on a rocket ship to Mars. This should just gap right up. Let's see. Make me the dollars. Well, that's not gapping to Mars. Wrong direction. Come on. Up. No, that's just panic. People are preemptively selling. Come on, clue in. We're going up. Let me help you. This way. This way. Come on. You can do it. Oh my God. Everyone else is going up. You're getting left behind, AMC. There, let me adjust it so it wasn't evident. Oh my. We should just be skyrocketing, but our volume is so low. We're not going anywhere. Where did all our buyers go? This is all signs pointing to yes. How much volume was that? was 33,000 and the next one was 5,000. Ugh. Volume so low. Everybody's taking a nap. Come on, we're being left behind. We're not getting in those GME bucks. Eh, a little better. Oh, there's a little bit of volume coming through. We're really bucking the trend here. Well, the volume at least picked up a little, but that's probably buyers and sellers, so that's not good volume if we want it to go up. Yeah, this is just taking off. How high? Pretty decent. But apparently we're getting none of that. Are we getting the sell-off? A little bit. Good. Still. Yeah. I don't know where our people are. All of our space apes have gone to Naptown. This is like a clear buying indication. They should be all over it. Jesus. Go, Mr. Dow. So if you had like millions and millions of dollars, you could play that and just look at that's like a that is one hell of a straight line. Yeah. And the thing with the Dow too is it's pretty long. When you're looking pretty close, the lengths that it goes is they're all very long for the most part. Long lines versus like the most like not even fractional, just garbage. Someone just vomited here. Yeah. Yeah, we're slowly getting there. But yeah, we've lost all escape velocity, basically. We would have followed that line. But we're just kind of, we're gonna, but at least we're above this. That's good. If we can finish above this, then that's good too. They'll start us off on a good foot tomorrow. But yeah, we're definitely not getting any of those GME bucks. Oh, maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe I spoke too soon. It's almost a buy. I would like to see a little bit more speed than we would have made near here somewhere. That's possible. I don't think we're going to break a new high, but yeah, I definitely thought we would get a little bit more height. But the chart is saying no. No bueno, senor. If this goes down to probably here or here, which it might, but I don't really think so either, then I'd buy back in and sell close to this line again. If it keeps going super slow, it's going to crash just a bit because there's no buyers. We've lost all upwards momentum. There's a little bit of buyers. They're propping up that red line. Is that GME dollars? Nope. Dow dollars? Nope. So that's just us. All right, so some of our buyers woke up. Not that they did much. They might be day trading the potential U or V that comes out of this. Much like if I got down here, I would do the same thing. Yeah, so there you go. See, no volume, which means there's just nobody caring to stop it from going up. So that's just all sell. And if there's nowhere to go, it just goes chop, 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 chop on the way down. Yeah, because obviously we can somehow not move a tiny square and have equal amount of volume, which is like somewhere over here. Or you can have a huge bar with the same volume. And the difference there is that there's buyers keeping it up or sellers keeping it down. And so it doesn't move as much, where this is one way. Or alternatively, then there's just sellers and they're jumping because there's no one to buy from or sell to. And then it just jumps down, or vice versa, jumps up. If the buyers have to look at a higher and higher price, and the sellers have to find a lower, shittier price to find a buyer, vice versa. So this is not very indicative of something you need to worry about when the volume's low, because there's no determination or consensus. It's just because it's thin or no one's playing. Which means we could quickly come back up, and let's hope we do, so we can finish nice and high today. Oh, I'm gonna fall asleep. Come on, do a thing, stock. So again, this is probably going to do like a check mark, or it's going to do a U, or maybe a W. Actually, if it was very volatile, it would do a nice W. It'd go up pretty good here, like about 50% or 60%. Well, not 60. Let's say 40 to 50, somewhere in there. And then it would go back down and then funk right up and rocket us out if it had the power. If it went to 60%, the next one would probably be a retraction of a little bit, and then the next one would be right out, and it would do kind of like a really funky Harry Potter looking thing. Or it would go and do a retraction, and if that retraction was large, then it would make an S basically, and then poof right through the ground. Generally, that would be the way it goes. This is an odd shape, so this might be the middle of the W. If this went straight up, that almost never happens. Small, small, huge, that would be very odd. You don't see that. Or even if it finished at the same height like that, it's like, what the hell is that? A razor blade? A knife emoji? I don't know what that. You don't generally see that. So this should finish about half its height, but it looks like it's not going to. Well, then make up your mind. What are you doing? Well, that's a weird shape. So then we should see a really shitty W. So let's see if it goes down into here. I don't think it knows what it wants to do. It's just no volume. This is pitiful. You working up the courage to break through? That could have been it. Maybe that was supposed to be a break, like a big breakout, which is also still a weird pattern after having two smalls. But maybe then the line basically nuked it. But that's still pretty weird. Yeah. So if this is a little smaller, that can be part of our W. Just a really weird middle piece. Oh, and I should mention for those who are new to stocks. So when you have a W like this, you technically have a support line. So it comes down and it stops. Then it goes up, but it doesn't have enough energy and it comes back down and stops. Then it goes up and finally clears. You generally get two hits on an object. So it goes up, says no, goes up, says no. The third time's the decider. It either fails or succeeds. And then it does so severely. It doesn't continue to bounce. So here we're going to come down and we're either going to form a W, or we're going to go up a little bit, roll, or we're going to go up and then jump out. Now it's going to be our second, maybe third hit on the top. So we might come up and go bounce and then break out. We'll see. But this is basically when you have a W, you're kind of looking at very tight channels like this. And of course, then when you hit it and break out of the W and you exceed the height of the other guy, you're breaking out of the resistance line. So resistance when you're trying to go through it, support when you don't want to go through it. It's also technically resisting going down if you're short selling. It's just terminology, but something to keep in mind. It's kind of what's happening in the background. Okay, that's a lot of energy, but see how it stopped? Yeah. Now, if the next one could just get us out, we'd have a really ugly W. But I'm guessing our W is a little too deformed, and it's not going to make it. This is probably just going to be a curve. We got one deformed, a reject W here. Yep, and it broke the line. So this is more, if this green maybe can redeem us. No, it doesn't look like it. Oh well, but yeah, we could have had a kind of a W here. I mean, if that green can just get a little more height, just needs to kind of get up to here-ish. Yeah. So then this is basically just a very delayed curve, and then we'll go into either a U or a W or some type of rocket ship shape, like going to Mars. I don't know. We'll see. Plus, after you break down too, it gets harder to get back over that line. So that, yay, Amazon. Be right back. All right. New computer case came in. I was not expecting that till tomorrow. That's excellent. That's my after work project here. Sweet. I got a pour over coffee set up because I'm getting tired of brewing like one cup of coffee in a percolator. So I'm just gonna get lazy and pour that hot water over the jazz. Ah, all right. It is going flat and it's undecided. That's better than going down, I guess. Sweet. So we can just kind of, when things go flat, you can kind of just drag out the general sense of things. So still has a chance to curve. Well, actually, it'd be more like that now. Depends on who lets off the gas pedal first. Just catching up on messages. Still flat. Starting to curve. All right, I'm gonna go take a combat piss, but we'll see how this plays out. So right now it's being held up by this support line right here, which is basically the same one here. So it broke through but got pushed back. So basically it's doing the opposite of this. It's bouncing off the bottom. So if we don't get any clearance from here, we hit it once. We went and smashed it the second time, but we got pushed back. So there's the third time. So that should be the reversal. But because we smashed through it, you could count it as a reset. So there's one. Then we'll do it again, two. And if we don't go down, then we're going up, kind of deal. Usually you don't get more than 2 hits on a thing. But anyways, combat piss, and I'll be right back. All right, so I'm back. Yeah, so it curved, and yeah, we didn't have enough velocity. So basically, it didn't even get 1 or 2 green ticks before it retested. It just bottomed out. So now we might go into a U shape. This is looking like it wants to do a V shape. It wants to quickly come back. I don't know if we have that kind of energy. We'd need a sizable increase in volume. We'll see. So now we're hitting against the line again. First time failed. Here's the second time. And then the next one should break through or fail. So this is probably going to fail because we've hit the line technically twice if you're watching the chart as it's moving. So the next one should fail. Yeah. But that could be the failure right there. See the little bit of retraction? So it hits twice, then it dies a little on the inside. It doesn't have to be a new bar or a big red bar. It just, well, it turns out it's a big red bar. But there you go. Bounce, bounce, crash. But that's a good thing too. If you're playing it so close, you only get 2 chances. The first time, the second time, and if you're not out, enjoy. If you're waiting for a third time, it doesn't come more often than not. But I try my best not to play that close. If you're buying right now, you're only looking at a 10-cent uprise and an infinite downrise. So I try to stay away from these if they're not clear, because then you get trapped and you lose a lot of money and life sucks. Less tendies on your plate. So if you had a daily position, you would obviously be out for right now. So you just let this baby ride its course. Question is where the bottom's going to be. It is showing the sticks, so you're getting good pushback. Right where my mouse cursor might be might be a floor. You're seeing the stick hits it, goes back, it stops there. That's about 10 cents lower. Yeah, about 5 cents lower. That's 98, 93. Yeah, 5 cents. Alright, let's check in on the rest of them since this is watching paint dry. Even though, look at that crazy volume here. Yep. Boom. Somebody just sold off, what was that, 900 or 9,000? 1,400. We're going into a 600. We were in a sell-off. Yeah, there, a major sell-off right there. 7,200. It's getting gobbled up though. We did break this, so there's some good support. I guess people were waiting for the dip. I'm gonna just guess this is the start of the U shape because of the amount of resistance. Oh my god. Okay, let's try that again. Actually, can I just do this? Oh, how do I draw with this thing? Okay. There, that's a better shape making machine. So let's try that. Oh, don't want to move that. Okay. Just keep dragging this down until this settles down. There we go. Let's see where that goes. So an uneventful end to the day, it looks like. This is tomorrow, so we're basically gonna drag out unless there's a power hour revival. So we're looking at something over 880 maybe. We'll see. Yeah, this is the end of day right here. So we got this much space. So we got one mountain, and we didn't break out enough velocity here to go and make a second high, which is hard to do in a day. So we could go for a third mountain into here, but then that would be testing this line of support. So we'd probably hit it and go crashing. So we could do a third mountain that's here at this line of support, and then we'd end up going down a bit as well. But then the next day we'd blast off because we'll have the energy to get through these, if you want to think of it that way. So I'd say this is about 50-50 now if we're going to continue any lower. We could, but I think all of this is solidified because we've already gone through this. You had your chance to buy and sell, then we took off, and now we tested this. We've gone through all of this, so now it's just a matter of curving up or going straight, ending up somewhere in there. Ah, damn it. There we go. Now we'll see. It's kind of there. Still following the curve. Let's see. Can you buck the curve? Can you get us over 898? Oh yes, I was going to go take a look at the other guys. So same thing. Still good, if not excellent. Excellent. Okay, we got some good upwards pressure aside from GME. So if GME is dragging us down here, yeah, see, dragging us down, although we did start, okay, but then that's probably when, yeah, the Dow is flattening out. All right, well, maybe we have the energy now to pull up, now that we kind of shook off some dead weight. It's a good sign if we can clear out of here. Oh, that's good, look at that. And the volume's increasing, not much, but good sign. Little rocket ship to Mars. All right, and GME, same thing. They're pulling. Whoa, look at them go. They're pulling us up big time. Good. Everybody's green, so we're gonna probably blast off if we can get past this line. Since everything's green, green, green. Yeah, that should give us the energy. If we're not gonna do the U shape. Come on. We have to reach escape velocity before something changes. Okay, we're good here. We're not good there. God damn it, GME. Well, that's still good. We got a little bit of a gas. I'll see. No, it's completely erasing it. It's going to go back to its U. So this could be a rest. It could just zig up. So if we don't fall too hard, GME might get back and start dragging us up again before we fall too far. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're just rocking it on the markets here. So we just need GME to turn green. Give us some green, Mr. GME, even though there's a big pile of sell. Come on. Gap up. There you go, 13. Nice. Now us. Then we should break out. Good. Might take a few seconds for us to react to it. Damn. Yeah, we're too slow. Hopefully we miss the down as well. We're like really laggy. Like what kind of volume we're getting here? 300, 1,900. Yeah, garbage volume. GME's getting 400, 300. Somebody bought 2.2 thousand. Yeah, that's why it spiked. Yeah, it's pretty garbage volume for everyone. We're almost done the day and they're at 30,000. We're almost done the day and we're at 106. So half our normal volume. Well, sort of. I wouldn't say at the average is correct because 2 days ago made it go through the roof. Yeah. All right. Well, I guess we're just gonna have to wait here. I can't make the volume go any faster. So I'll put myself on mute while we wait for AMC to get out of having a dirt nap because it's evidently just stroking out here. All right. Be back when this does something. It does a thing. I guess I could answer some questions here since I've been neglecting the chat. I was staring at the what is that chart before I was rudely interrupted by bodily fluids and Amazon. Let's see here. So there was a question on how do volumes affect the pattern, the breakouts in the W shape. So I kind of iterated on that a bunch, and in fact we might actually get a W here. a really sideways one. Let's see if I can draw. Which one's draw? This one. So this might become a W if we're lucky. Um, Basically, if you don't have escape velocity, if you don't have the power to push past random events of negativity, say we're trying to go up, then you basically, even though you have all this power behind you, the bumps in the road basically stop you from lifting off, if you will. You don't get escape velocity. So you have your W, and it's, I wouldn't say naturally trying to go a certain way, but due to the psychology and all things considered, this W keeps coming because of how people react to um, the stock market. And so you get this W, but if there's not enough volume, then random events can come in. So one person just wants to sell because it's the end of the day. Well, if he's the only seller, he just tanks it. So he destroys the W. And then when people look at the chart, it's in a different position. So he just shaped the scope of the rest of the pattern. But when you have millions of people, one person selling, one person buying, doesn't change the consensus. And then the people that know the pattern feed into the pattern, and then it becomes a bit of self-fulfilling prophecy because they'll make the pattern happen because they know that it's going to complete the W, so they buy, and because they buy, someone else buys, and then we all buy, and therefore you make the W. So whichever way you want to look at it, it's you're playing the game. If you try to fight against the game, you're just going to lose. So like you have to kind of weigh it out. So if patterns are being completed and people tend to follow them, then you follow them, but be smart about it and get in before they get in. And so you'll see sometimes the W just gets faster and faster and faster, which we saw about a week ago. There was insane speed. It was just like money flying in, money flying out. The volume hit like 1.6 billion. It was nuts. Um, but yeah, the volume helps. I would say clarify, but it has a group consensus. So little things don't cause trouble. To answer that question. Um, and I guess that's why is AMC not a straight line? Yeah, that's again wishful thinking. It would be nice if we could just print money, but if that's the case, then everyone would be doing it, right? Um, but as is, I like this stock, not just as a meme. It's got legs. You would have asked me about 3 weeks ago, I would have been a little leery. I thought we were going to go back to the 5-4 territory, but now it's clear that it's growing. No doubt about that. Whether we'll go back into the low eights maybe before we rock it, possibly. But so far we're doing pretty good. We're holding our own against a stock that should be $4 or $5,000, or sorry, $4 or $5 a share. We're at 8, trying to get to 10. So we're doing pretty good. We're bucking the trend, as I keep saying. But now we just need GME to kind of bugger off or drag us up. It needs to figure out one or another. The hell's that noise? 1 second. That's weird. Somebody's banging some metal tube outside of my apartment here. It's really weird. Hmm. Damn you, Cedar. Oh, it's your bed frame. Yeah, well, gotta pump up those stocks somehow. Oh, you said socks. You're pumping up your socks. Got it. Got it. Well, I'll just leave you alone. I don't need to get involved with that. Message redacted. Nice. How are we doing? So we're not even reacting at all to GME. Yeah, it's just Deadsville. So, oops. So we could be making a W here. We'd need to see this green get a little higher. But if not, we would be making our U. But I think our U is kind of out. This little green here basically said no, we're done with the U. You could even say that we completed the W right here. And this is just the top, and it's deciding if it's going to curve or continue. Actually, you know what? That probably is the W right there. Yeah, it's just a little on a slant, but we did come back to the pre-levels, if you will. And then if we got above this line right here, then I'd be back into the like bearish buy period or buy level. Yeah. All right. Yeah, it just all depends on how you look at it. But yeah, that's why I like drawing, because then it's like, oh, there is a W there. But if you look at this, you may miss that piece of crap W right there. Yeah. So that's good. So the next few minutes will decide if we get any height. All right. Hopefully those mic on and mic offs don't come through on the chat. Only problem with carbonated beverages and talking. Oof. Get the burp downs. Yay, I got another sub. Thank you, whoever said persons are. Yeah, this is the channel for the bravest of space apes. It's going to be quite a journey. You know, we get to 30. Oof, I don't even want to think about it. You feel like you're going to jinx it. But damn, 3 times my money at 60K, and I'll have more by then. Ah, that'll be so nice. Still not a lot, you know. Tripling 60K is only 120 plus 60, 70, 80, 180,000 US. It's like not even enough to buy a house here in Canada. So, yeah, it's not much. But the way I trade stocks, if I had 250 ESK American dollars, I could easily make $1,500 a day. And once I get 2K, everything's paid for. All my food, TV, house, rent, everything. So $2,000 a month is a joke to make. So I could quit job and live on the market. But I may take a job as McDonald's or something just so that I can get the preferential tax rate. Because if they find out I'm a professional investor, like if they give me that title, then I start paying whatever I earn, like 30%, and that's no fun. I don't want to pay that much. Taxman coming, stealeth my money. Yeah, you'll have to take my tendies from my cold ranch-filled hands. Yep. I've never been a big fan of chicken tendies, but if everybody talking about them every day, I'm like, damn, I could go for some tendies. Just some Cajun. All right, so yeah, we're just doing kind of a zigzag, almost like an S pattern. So yeah, we just need a little bit of green, and then we've kind of completed kind of an S, whatever the hell that's called. So those two greens on the left will make the left wall, and then we just need this red to go away, so we need a green to destroy it, and then that would be kind of like an S. And that red showed up because that green was too small. It basically rolled. If that green was bigger, it would have gone up, but it didn't exceed those three reds, so it rolled. And so we got brought down a peg. Not that knowing any of this is very useful, but at least lets you know what's going on or why it happened. So at least I could impart that knowledge on you. So this needs to be a sizable green. And it doesn't want to be. So then if we keep this up, we're going to roll again. I'll go down another couple cents. So if you bought in on that left green, you'd be looking to sell now. Take whatever tiny profit you had if this is red. Because the potential of it going and erasing your gains and giving you negative dollars, it's there. Bye, 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 as InSync would say. Very nice. What should we do? Bye, bye, bye. Excellent. That should be a soundboard for this thing. I love it. So for those that are not looking at the screen, we're just playing around at 894 US dollars. It's looking like it's going into a pendant shape. And it's not breaking down, not breaking up. It's just pissing sideways. Got to think of new, wittier ways to advertise. AMC VIP Space Apes only. That works. Got to have that VIP card, or I don't know you. All right. Yeah, so basically, yeah, we're looking at a pendant here. So if we took this and we do this, kind of, it's a little hard to draw. All right, that's, oh my God. Okay, one of these lines is going to be close. There we go, there. So if you're looking at that kind of angle, right, there we go. And then this guy here, let's just, there we go. So we're getting to a pendant. So this is not good, but the next one will pretty much decide it. It doesn't have much room. So it's either going to bust or bust, probably here. Unless this is the pendant here, and then it goes a little further. Because it could have been a pendant, this could have been a breakdown, and then we start a new pendant, so it drags us out a little further. I don't know. The problem with pendants is that you think you found one, and it turns out there's a bigger one somewhere else. And you're like, oh, whoops, it's this one, like a giant macro pendant. And then you get lost, tree in the forest kind of deal. But a pendant is nice because it tells you that change is coming and to pay attention so that you don't get screwed or whatever. So it's at least gives you a bit of a warning something's coming when it gets tighter and tighter and tighter, smaller and smaller and smaller. It's almost like if you ever watch Equilibrium, where he's like, you came to us without incident, and the thing stops, not without incident. It's identical. Just all of a sudden it goes, and you're like, no, I'm about to be rich or bankrupt, depending on how much money you have. Yeah, and it's just so low volume, it hasn't figured out what it's doing. Oh, this might be the breakout. If it clears my horrible drawing skills, then we're going up. Come on. Give us a breakout. To the moon. Or something like that. To the Jack in the Box down the street. Just something. Okay, this one's definitely got a... Yeah, there we go. I was going to say, this one has to have some type of motion. We can't... we can't go any further. Yeah, there we go. See? So there's the pendant and there's the breakout. Now, will it hold? I don't know, but that's how a pendant works. See? Perfect. That's a perfect example of how a pendant works. Ah, beautiful. Oh, I just drank pop from yesterday. Oh, oh, I picked up the wrong can. All right, let's not do that. Oh, oh, wow, that stunted any joyous feeling I may have had. Oh, that's brutal. All right, that's good. That's a nice breakout. Oh, how much was that? That was about 1%. And then don't mind the retraction. That's expected. And if it's actually small or within a good percent, again, then that means we're running. If it gets over 40, 50%, yeah, that's good. Look at that, crushed. A little retraction's good. It's actually healthier than no retraction. Because the longer you go without any profit taking, the more severe it's going to be, generally. I would say 80% of the time, in my experience. Yeah, that pop was really bad. Yeah. It basically tastes like tar, which I think a dip can would be the same thing. All right, so now this is like kind of the river card. So we got a little retraction. We ran a little bit more. We hit a resistance line. We're bouncing away from it. Perfect. Now we need to finish ahead of this red or we're done on the run. So we got 20 seconds to get above this red. Beautiful. Good. Good, good, good. That should guarantee us one more green. Perfect, even better. So now we're going to start either above, on, or just slightly below this line. So we started above, so retraction, fine, that's fine. And then we just blew right through it, excellent. So now we're gonna run up. That's a bullish signal if there ever was one, and we're gonna go up to 1913. Sorry, 913. I was gonna say, what a good year. I was in Verdun, and oof, that was a messy. Look at us go. Like fucking clockwork, eh? It's almost like I know what I'm doing. Now, let's see, 916 I guess is the next hump, but we had a lot of trouble in here. So I don't know if we can hold up up in this territory. We might get dragged back down to 905 or something. So we'll see. But we kind of paid our time here, so this will make very nice organic growth. Like in the span of a day, we went up, we went down, but overall it was just nice clean growth. So if we don't go crazy in the afternoon, then we might actually, put in a good day. It's it's not much work, but it's honest work. Okay, let's see. So we're starting to stagger a little. Yeah. Yeah, this red has to stay really small. If it doesn't, then we're done. If these two reds touch each other, then we're done. It would have erased all of this, and then it's going to start a panic, and then it's going to go into about 40% of this guy right here. Probably. So that's good. It went into 10% of the other guy. It gapped up. Excellent. So it completely destroyed it. Excellent. Now just get above it. Come on, a few more pennies. You could do it. Ah, bastard. Okay, who's dragging us down? Rah, GME, you bastards. You brought us up, and now you bring us down. Dow, NASDAQ. Yeah, it's GME again. Little buggers. But at least we went up this time with them. That's good. Okay, their sell-off is slowing down. Okay, so these two have touched. Oh, lucky us. I was gonna say it should gap. Might still do it. Maybe we just got lucky. Maybe we got lucky just because GME turned around at the last minute. We're tied to GME just because when people think about buying GME, they buy AMC at the same time. Or when they talk about GME, they talk about AMC at the same time. So we get similar buy-in periods. We have actually been pretty separate. We used to be one for one. The chart used to be identical, but we've definitely drifted apart in these days. And I think it's because we have more institutional investors. So they buy and they never sell. So they're slowly building up a position. So it helps flatten us out because the same people that drive us up are not immediately selling to drive us down, which is what you get with retail investors and day traders and people that hate you and whatever. So it's I think we're slowly getting a divergence because we're getting stronger, which is good, very good. But I'd love to take all the GME's ups and just forget all their downs. Like here we're taking GME's downs, but we're not getting this. We got this. Somebody bought AMC and GME at the same time, but we didn't get any of that. Yeah, bastards. So this is just pure GME. And we should be getting some of these Dow dollars. That should bring us up. This should go away. Yeah, no problem. I don't mind answering questions when I see them. At least volume's kicked up a little, so we should have the velocity to clear these reds. And we'll make an S shape. So this should be green if we're lucky. If we have the velocity, this would be a green, which would go up to here. And then the next one would be right about here. And then we potentially could keep going up. Let's see. Still hates us. We should get a boost. Come on. So that was flat, and this one's flat. Yeah. So we failed to complete the S pattern, so it's punishing us. But can we just push it back up to flat? Come on, buyers. Where did you all disappear to? Oh, this is all just because we have almost no buyers. Come on, prop us up. It's discount. It's discount time. But see, they're seeing how close we are to the end of the day. So some buyers are getting, I guess, a little hesitant. And here's the end of the day. So there's not much room for us to, that would have completed, yes. So now it's would have sold off to about here, but people made it go to here because whatever. And then we're looking at maybe like something, who knows. Or again, we could do a negative U if this wants to continue to be bad. But I think we're going to keep with this velocity, so we're looking at something like that. Or even this velocity. So we should be here, I think. But of course, that does not look great. So because this guy here exceeded this guy here, so see how we gapped down to kind of where I was trying to describe, and then we retracted and we kind of went back to 40, and then we blew right by, and now we're at 60, 70, or maybe even 80, I don't know. Yeah, so that's usually how these things work. They may not actually end there, you have to watch them, but that's, yeah, they rarely stop, finish in the middle. So hopefully this is just a quick U, so maybe something like that. Get us back on track. So here my confidence that we're gonna come flying up is, I would say 70%. When we're going down like this, I have no idea where the bottom is, so I have like 0% confidence. I don't know what's going on. I'm just trying to look for patterns and shapes for when we get out of this. But to where it will stop, no idea. We know where there's support and there's resistance, so we can kind of guess. But if they get blown through, then we have to reassess. And so once we get a little bit of assurance, like if this bounces a few times, then we can kind of say, okay, we're stopping here. So then what patterns could we have? Okay, we could have maybe a W, or we could have a U shape, or a check mark, or whatever the hell this is. Like, yeah. So my level of confidence changes all the time. I'm not very good at predicting too far into the future. I am getting better each day at guessing the end of the day price, but my skill is clearly in the very short terms. Yeah. But anyways, so that's where we are. Just gonna wait this one out. Yeah, GME, Dow. Dow's doing great today. Almost 2.3. So yeah, see the crown, and then this almost made the sharp down, but then it just got chewed up, which is great. But yeah, normally I see the straight wall on the other side, which would have been this guy here. Yeah. Yeah, so something must have happened to turn this right around. What time is that? Noon? 1 o'clock. Just 1:20. Okay. So there was a kick up at 1 to 120. Did the NASDAQ share the same thing? Yep. 120. But it was already doing pretty good. Starting to curve, blew itself out. Yeah, some type of news. Yeah. All right. So actually here, if you look, you can almost see a macro pendant. So we're slowly building to a point here, see? So that's actually before the end of the day. So depending on how you look at this, we could just wiggle, 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 and then, or up. Yeah. So that's a possibility. Usually though, the pendant has a sharper wall. So this here is kind of, I wouldn't say organic based on the height of it, but usually there's a sharper wall. But you know, you can kind of see it. Also too, this is going up kind of, you can, again, we can see here. So we're expecting that this area here is where it could be. So that's positive. And this here, if we make kind of a U shape, it's also positive. And if we make an M shape here, 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 down, we didn't go down. So then we go up. So all things, this could be the up part though. All things considered, we're basically looking at near future is probably here. As I just noticed that macro pattern. Yeah. Anyways, interesting. We'll see how that pans out. But yeah, I'll just put a little dry box here. So somewhere in here we will end the day, I think. All right, well, so much for adjusting that. There we go. Yeah. We definitely have the wrong velocity. This is the velocity for the middle part there. So this is if we're going sideways. But I think what's actually going to happen is this. Yeah, we're going to tighten up, and then we're going to basically explode. Yeah. Yeah, I could actually go here to there. Yeah, and we could drag that out a bit. Yeah, so basically that's what I'm envisioning. So we're sharpening to a point, and then we're going to have a breakout. And of course, that ends before 2 o'clock, so that's pretty good. We'll see. It's getting there. Let's see what we got. So if you're buying, you bought the last dip, then by using this basically macro pendant, then if it ever exceeded that green kind of safety area, then you would know to sell because you're basically you're exceeding where we should be, too high or too low. Now there's a good chance because people are, retarded apes, that the buy might take off and run away. So you may not want to sell if it goes over, but yeah, and you may actually even want to buy if it goes under, right? Like add to your position. So shed off your position a bit and then buy back in. Who knows? But I think this pendant's going to hold. You can clearly see a pendant forming with that green going up. And that's a definite pendant shape there. And that's just going to finish off the small piece at the end here. If we don't get enough height, though, this mini pendant might shorten our run. If it tightens up too quickly, we might break down or break up before end of day. I wonder what that would mean. Maybe we'll tighten up, and then maybe we'll do a breakout and do like a curve up right near the end like we've done a few times. Maybe people are all saving their money to do a last minute rush. Oh, we've clicked onto 50 consecutive viewers. Wow, new record. I find whenever you mention your viewer count, you always lose like 3 people. It's like, oh, you're talking about me. Ah, they run away. There are 4 or 5 people just left. Awesome. All right. So yeah, we're getting there. We're getting to the point. But yeah, see, we're not getting high enough. So I'm wondering if, yeah, we might pull the plug on this early. But it may just dip down and stay within that blue at the bottom there. It might not blow off the map kind of deal because it's still within the daddy pendant, if you will. Yeah. So this one here should be tiny. Then the next one should be a break up or a break down because it really can't get any smaller. I mean, I guess it could go flat, but that's pretty rare. I think the end of day is going to be $9 or higher. Judging by this, it looks like, yeah, we're going to end close to that line. You're most welcome. Yeah, well, a lot of like the thing with stocks is like everyone champions their wins, but no one champions their losses. So it's easy to be like, "Oh, I made a million." It's like, "Yeah, well, how long did it take you, and how much did you lose before you got it?" Um, so if I'm going to walk the walk or talk it, I gotta at least back it up. So that's why I'm explaining the what I'm doing, so that at least you know I'm not bullshitting you guys. Um, because I mean I can always be wrong. I'm just working off of information as it comes in and trying to piece it together really quickly. Um, and like you saw, I didn't notice that pendant, that big pendant, until it was pretty much formed. A smarter person may have saw that. So I'm still not pro, but at least you can kind of see where I'm coming from. Um, and then, of course, make your own decisions so I don't get sued by giving shit-tastic financial advice that pays out pretty good, I would say. Um, yeah, so we're still in the green. So you saw it went to a point and it broke down. So that's perfect. It played out its pendant shape. Now we're starting a new shape. Or maybe it's going to put us right back. This is going to be interesting. We have to stay within the pendant, but we just finished one. It's going to be a weird. I don't know what this is going to look like. Maybe a mini U? Oh, maybe a W. A W would fit in there if we use the drop as part of the W. Yeah, we'll see. Not very often I see these things coming. So far it's holding up. Oh no, AMC is definitely climbing. No, it's not staying at $9. Stock price is a byproduct of how much people desire it. So it's currently hyperinflated, but as long as people are bullish on it, it will stay hyperinflated. And the thing with AMC was actually depressed. They weren't worth $4. Like, yeah, okay, COVID screwed them, but they were being driven down by negative sentiment. And so, yeah, they had debt. Yeah, they have kind of shit governance, whatever, whatever, whatever. Yeah, that's all negative. So it drives it down. But we've gotten rid of pretty much all of that, minus the shitty government governance. The board of directors is probably not the greatest. So we got nothing but up, and we're already pushed down. So if we got rid of the debt, we got rid of all the crap, where do we have to go? It's only up. And then COVID's going to go away, and then AMC is a hype stock. So we pretty much got everything we need to take off to the moon. But I'm thinking, 30 is reasonable to expect by December. So with a combination of hype and growth and COVID going away and the restructuring and rebuilding the theaters and blah 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 blah, we're gonna float around 20 to 30. If everything goes psycho, we'll blow past 30 and off into the moons. But for us to go back to 5, 8, 9, I don't see it. It's not really a possibility with all these good positive things. You would have to really hate AMC to go back down to $5. Everyone would have to just take their money and be like, F AMC, there's no hope. And they would have to have that mentality. And I don't think anyone has that mentality anymore, that theaters are going to die, that COVID's going to go on for another 4 years. So, yeah, I think we're in the It's good. We're buying in not at discount, but discount if you consider holding it for 6 months. So yeah, I think we're good. Yeah. Yeah, I don't really care too much about the theater. It's loud and comfortable. It's not great, but nothing replaces it. You can have a good home theater. Oh, look at that breakout. So that's a giant S. What time is it? Oh, 3 o'clock. Okay, they're dumping money at 3 o'clock. Okay, what about GME? Are they going up? Let's take a look at them. Yeah. But anyways, the fundamentals will always take over. Look at that. It is really following this chart. That is cool. So watch it go up, go red, go, and just play here, and then curve up or something. That'd be pretty cool. GME? Yeah, GME's gapping up. So somebody's probably doing the same thing. They're selling every time it gets close to here because it's oversold, and they're expecting it to end today at 9 or something. So actually, I could even tilt that up, make it 9. So yeah, let's see. Yeah, yeah. And home theaters can't replace the movie theater. And we are getting bigger and bigger screens. They're getting cheaper and cheaper. But if you, just like McDonald's, if you offer somebody of low wealth, you can have a hamburger for $3, or for $300, you could, have 20 meals and prepare them yourself or whatever. They'll spend the minimum dollars, even though in the long run, it's better to take the hit and pay now and save later versus just take the hit. So theater will always be popular. You're getting a better experience. You pay once, good. And so you're not paying at home, and you could buy the DVD or whatever and pay once, but then you need the whole setup, and it's just not practical for a lot of people. So yeah. So anyways, it's I think there's a lot of upside here, which is great because if other people are thinking like that, then they're going to put their hard-earned cash into AMC, and then it becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy, and Daddy makes his war bucks. This is cool. I didn't expect it to play so nice to the wedge, the pendant. Yeah. So this should gap down to the 9. Might go under 9 and then bounce back up. Just zigzag back and forth on that middle line. Look at it go. Holy crap. Yeah. Oh, it's resisting. Are we going to go for an S shape and break out early? You gonna prove me wrong? I don't mind. Go through the roof. I don't mind at all. Likelihood's low, but maybe we'll get another dump of $8. And those US stimulus checks are coming soon. Sweet, sweet stock. Yeah, I don't know the height. Oh, she's breaking out. Good. So it made an S shape. So now we get one more green. Then it's got to figure itself out. Yeah, GameStop's kind of like malls. They're on their way out. As much as I like malls, especially in Canada because places are cold. Um, but yeah, GameStop is being shot at by all angles. They could reinvent themselves because there's nothing that competes with them except for online. But I bet you Nintendo sells more Switches through Walmart than they do through GameStop. So GameStop's not getting any of that money. And then Amazon selling probably even more PlayStations and more everything than GameStop. So they're not getting any of that money. So they have to either get a little bit from everywhere or figure out a way to, be viable. And right now it's, you know, pleh. Um, but they could take the middleman approach. They could try to be something like a Steam is. Uh, Competing with Steam is just a bad idea, but you you could get some type of digitalized platform going so that I get the experience of being in the store, trying out the games, and then I buy it digitally in the store and it's already downloading at home sort of deal or something. I don't know. Like I don't really have one, but yeah, they could get there. But it's going to take a hard reinvention where AMC just needs to reopen and suck less, really. So, yeah, hell, they could even suck more and they might still do well. But if they could suck less, their competitors are probably crying right now because they're not getting any of this stock money, right? So, and they got to be hurting too. Like, if AMC's in debt and doing all this dumb shit, what's Cinemark doing? What's all their competition doing? Are they all magically rich somehow? Like, they must be really hurting. And then that makes AMC poised to eat them, which is even better for them. So they could go and eat all their profitable stores, shut down all the ones that aren't profitable, and they basically just added pure money to something they already do. So here we broken out of the pendant. So you see the resistance right on the line, and now we're going to go for a run because we broke through. So this should go up even higher. Nice. So yeah, see how I was saying that U brings us into here, wherever? Yeah, I was definitely feeling in here. So we might go for a bit of a run, but then we'll come back down. Not bad. Some days I look like I know what I'm doing. I surprise myself sometimes. Nice. Yeah. So I don't know how much higher we can get because then we're running into this guy right here right now. So this is going to be a little bit strenuous to get into here. Nice. Just plowed through. Okay, next stop is up here. So 29. So now I'd have my finger on the sell button. I'd be bailing out around 9:30 or so. I think people are going to do that before we get there, though. Excuse me. Yeah, you could even put a sell limit at 9:26. So when we blow through it, which is going to happen in the next jump, you just get a quick sell and get out. So this next jump should push us through if it happens. Yeah, people are just dumping money. And have a nice big red. Everyone's selling because it's too high. It needs to be in this pendant. You have disrupted the natural order of things. Yeah. So then we come back down. Go in here. Oh, you're going to try. So then if you're going to try to keep going, then we're looking at here. This is where it will stop. Then we will come back down and fiddle faddle like that, possibly. And we'll see. All right. Let's see. Oh, round two. Has to pass the red. Done. Okay, so it's just going to go up a little bit more. Unless the volume like is astronomical. Yeah, it's just going to get into that circle. So I'd be selling right now. This is too rich for my blood. And that would have got you a nice cool. Fuck, I can't read that. 4.5%. So we'd be up about 11% today. Day trading. Okay, that should be a big red. If it's not a big red, we're going. You'd buy back in. That should. Holy shit. All right, it's trying. It's really too tall. It's got to come down. No way. The volume's too low. No, this is just because there's no sellers. They're all waiting. But it's coming. Sellers are going to kick in and it's going to rip. Yeah, there we go. A little more. There we go. Yeah. Although it's still slowing down. I still expect it to be bigger. It needs to retract a lot more. Yeah, the buyers are actually pushing up. It's still got legs. It's still trying. Yeah, but they don't have infinite money. Sellers have infinite money. Buyers don't. You can always sell, but you can't always buy. But then I guess you also run out of things to sell. But there you go. So that went down the depth I'm looking for. So now we can start turning around. And we're actually following this line. Go figure. My circle was just off by 3 cents. Close enough. Oh, dump down. Very nice. Okay, so this is clearly now bucking the trend. Somebody dumped a shit ton of money. Nice. So now you could buy in on the hype. We did exceed the red, so technically this has got legs now. Take a gamble, but this should go right up, like up. And then you just put a sell right here in case we go below it. But I think we're going to take off. Yeah, just ignore this. It's a bit of a risk, but that was impressive. I think we're going to see another one, though. Oh. Nope. Or maybe stopped. Didn't quite finish this guy. So we're at the 50% mark. So we're going to probably go back to this mark. Yeah, we're going to retract a bit because it doesn't want to be at 50. And that being the case, we could probably get a little bit of lift. Just need one crazy buyer. No, we're pushing through. Shit. Damn. That was just a... So the next one should be somewhere in here. And then we'll probably start a downward. No, we're just going to go straight negative. We should have a bit of a positive after all of that. It's not just going to be a downward slope. Yeah, exactly. We should have at least one, maybe two greens. Or a very big green. Nice. Wasn't expecting that. Yeah, that's the size I want right there. That's what I'm expecting. Okay, 17 seconds. So yeah, kind of backwards. I would have expected it to go here and then down, but it's kind of achieving the same thing. So at least this sets up a potential W. But yeah, it's kind of backwards. Let's see here. But yeah, so I would have got burned on that buy-in. But those are really risky. Buying in on a spike. Um, but the payoff's pretty awesome because if that managed to get over there, oof, it would have ran off probably right up to 10. That get you a good $7,000 or well, depends on how much you have. Get you a good 5 chicken tendies. Yeah. So this is pretty optimistic. So we should be making a W. So let's get rid of some of these since they're no longer valid. So we pretty much stopped the ability to go do this guy down here. That's good. That one. Broke through that one. That one's already finished. That one's already finished. So my prediction is still we're in here, this lower area, but we may do some type of run before we get down here. Yeah, so if this, let's say this is going to be a W, then we're looking at that, or maybe a lazy W, and then some type of settle in this area, I guess. It's possible we just roll and flatten out in here as well if we can't complete the W. Or hell, we could even say F the W and just psh. I highly doubt it though. Not after that huge sell off. It's a lot of negative pressure. But let's see. Is GME getting money? Yeah, see, they didn't have the same sell off. We did. Maybe we'll get lifted with GME. Look at that. They're back into the high numbers. Excellent. Oof. It's probably, yeah, it's there. It's the NASDAQ and the Dow that probably did us in right there. Yeah. Whereas GME, yeah, all three of them basically. GME probably kicked it off and the rest of them made it more serious. Whatever algorithms. Yeah, we're sort of following this line. So yeah, this one should be thin and small, whichever way we go. And then the next one should be thin or big, and then that will tell us if which way we're going. Let's see. 10 minutes. Oof. Rejected. That's a little too much though. I think we should probably come back from that. $9.20? Probably. I'm saying somewhere between 9 and 9.20 is probably where we're going to be today. Judging by my drawings, I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong. I mean, look at the energy that people are dumping into this stock. But we're slowly draining out the swamp here. So I don't think we're going to rocket like vertical. It doesn't line up to any part of the chart. We're more likely to go back down to that pendant than we are to go up. We just had a breakout on that pendant and it had a good run, but we're going to come back down to earth. Yeah, so like these will become invalid if this goes any further because we don't have the energy to thump. So what we're going to do is we're going to crash and then thump. So we could basically just we could drag that down kind of into here. If this goes down considerably, we'll basically do something like that. Except the bottom will be supported because we're so low now, so we won't have this curve anymore because it will just bounce off kind of the support and end closer to 9. But we'll see. So that's that shape. Yeah. Anyways, we should start to see the curve now. So it's either going to go up into a W and then exceed itself, or it's going to go up, get around this height, which is kind of the tops, and then plummet. So we'll see. And I'll drag this down so it's a little more accurate. Yeah, it's a shitty try. Yeah, okay. Well, anyways, ignore this part. It doesn't quite fit, but there's the down, the curve, and then let's see what happens here. Yeah. So now we're watching GME, we're watching the volume. So if we were betting, we need retard money to basically bring us up. But if they're not there, we're going to go back down to that pendant. So we're watching all the indicators to see if they're getting money dumped in and if they're going to be able to bring us up as well. And the answer is yes. They're getting money. That means we're getting money. So that should lift us up a bit. Good. Semi-okay. All right. GME's slowing down. That might retract a bit. We still have about 2 more minutes, maybe 1, 2, 3 more minutes to complete the W. They don't have to be perfectly symmetrical, but they need to be kind of close, like 1, 2, 3, up, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, see, kind of getting a W here. So we'd have to get into this territory, which is 926. If we can't, this can't be green. It's got to be green. If it can't, then we're going to probably roll. Unless GME just dumps cash. No. All 3 are red, so no. That's going to be, yeah, a big red. Or bigger red, I should say. This is not big. So if this gets past this, okay, it didn't. So now we're kind of getting into a pendant shape, but I don't think we're going to make one. There we go. It's going to say, if it gets past this, then it's going to bust down. If not, we get into a pendant shape while it's trying to figure it out, then we bust down. This green should not even, no chance. Yeah, I don't think there's any chance for a green here. Yeah. Yeah, so now we're not even going to complete a U. We didn't complete the W, so now we're going to collapse. So then we're going to go and do slope like yonder, but I guess that's now here. I'll redraw it. So we could have done a W. Whoa, that's bad. But then we failed, so now we're going to like this, more than likely. We're getting back on track from the initial retraction. God, that is the world's worst. You know, I'm just going to delete it. You get the idea. I don't want to look at that shitty drawing. Yeah. Still kind of positive. So if we do blow back into this territory, I think we'll still get another breakout into this this area. I think we're going to stay over 9, and if we do go under 9, it's going to be for a quick second. But yeah, I think we're going to stay in this territory. We'll see. So that being said, if we get down to like 9, anywhere close to 9, I'd buy, and then you could do a quick sell when it goes back to 1520, or even like 907 here. Like depends on how long you want to wait, but yeah, you could probably take a quick buck here. But right now it's risky just because we're above the trend. We're probably going to go back down. And that green's too small to really put up a fight. So this red, if it passes it, we'll just eat it. Green's pushing back. Ooh, green's pushing back. No volume though, so not means much. It looks good, but no volume. Yeah, exactly. Nope, no commitment. I've seen sometimes where it's like zero volume and the buys go through the roof because no one's opposing them. So it's like, yeah, I mean, just because there's no volume doesn't mean you can't make money. Um, it just means that there's no commitment or consensus. So you have to be careful. It can be easily erased. Because if there's consensus that it's too high, all of a sudden, boom, volume goes through the roof. It's all negative, and you're fucked. Yeah. Because professional traders sell when it's too high. They don't just buy when it's low and hold. They constantly, if it's outside of its bounds, they buy and they sell. And then that's how they, I guess, justify their lifestyle. I don't know. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's definitely trying to defy gravity here, so that's good. It's positive for bullish sentiment. But we do know that people try to buy at the last minute. See, like that? Somebody just dumped a lot of money, and they're trying to do it. It's 3:30, so what they're trying to do is kick off power hour, right? So I didn't even get to finish my sentence, but that's what I was trying to say, is that we know there's Redditors sitting there waiting to dump money, and just like that. So we're seeing this positive sentiment, but it's artificial. Doesn't really contribute to our organic growth because that's his life savings, and now he's lost half his life savings. And you know, it's just, or well, now his life savings are negative. He's losing money, you know. So, oh no, never mind. Oh, now he's back to losing money. There we go. But let's see. Okay, that's a good sign. And a little bit higher, and it's bullish again because you've cleared the whole dip. You're going into a vertical curve. You've made a really bad W instead of an M. I'd say it's about 50-50 if you should buy. I'd probably be more conservative and just wait it out. It's too risky. Most of the chart says it should be a little lower, but then you have the energy of Reddit. So you gotta guess which one's gonna last longer, Reddit cash or stock dollars. Went to zero volume. So I presume the Redditors are out of money. So then now natural course of order is going to take over and we're going to start going red again. Get us back down to proper heights. Oh, did someone drop another Amazon package at my door? No. Someone trying to break into my apartment? One moment. All right, none of the above. I thought I was getting my truffles so I could be an Arista ape. Yeah. Next I'll have to order caviar. True Arista ape. I'm not riding coach on my way to the moon. All right. Yeah, so we're coming back down to earth here. But there's definitely resistance. Yeah, the volume's picking up. You can kind of see in the bid ask. Getting big numbers, 900, 1,000. 30 minutes on the clock. Less than 30 minutes, 25 minutes. I should get a graphic for this that just goes power hour. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah. I'll eventually I'll generate some sweet graphics. And I'll just hotkey them. Yeah. And get those more fire air horns. Burr, 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 burr. So when it's going up, we can chant it up. At least the nice thing about this is when it becomes a live stream recording, you can go back and look at the plays, analyze them, kind of like football. If you want to hear my voice into the past, future, my voice of the past in the future. There we go. But there was a couple of good calls today. Gonna keep this one in the record books in case people think I'm bullshitting. We'll see how we end the day. Let's see if I can ace another one. So far, so good. We're landing right in the square. Like somebody in here. This was a little more than I expected, but all of this is kind of what I expected right here, just a little bit lower. So if I was to adjust this box, and I won't, I would probably go here now, just because the top got lifted more than I expected. Oh, shit, put that back. But I'm going to leave it there because that was my guessy box. But yeah, it's about right. If we end up kind of more to here. We might get a last minute sell off, but it is Monday. But we did spike up just before closing, so people are going to say, look, I think 9's where it's supposed to be. This is overpriced. So they'll let it run to the last minute and boom, sell off to 9 or close to 9. It'll be a race to whoever can sell first. We'll see. And actually, it's going to happen soon. So here we go. We got a pendant coming, right? So we're getting that shape, or you're kind of getting something like that going on. If you generally it's a straight line, but you know, yeah, so that might be it right there, or give it one more. If the green pushes up, then it'll be the next one that breaks. and it's not going to be positive. So this would be a clear indication your next one's going to be big and down, because if it wasn't here, it's going to be here, and that was your warning. And you're not going to get another warning. Unless that's a big W. Ooh, could be a sneaky last minute W. Yeah, but I don't think so. Now you got your W there. Failed, crashed. This is a recovery on hype, so it can be kind of ignored. This is it's deflating, but then that's giving us a pendant, forcing us to make a decision, and the decision is not going to be to break new highs this late in the day. So it's going to roll. Yeah, more than likely. Let's see. Is the Dow supporting that? Yeah. NASDAQ? Yeah. Same thing. It's like it's too late in the day. There was a sudden surge, but feck it. So then you're going to have, actually the NASDAQ will show you exactly what I'm talking about. So now you're just going to have a sell-off that's going to bring us down to probably this level. They're just taking their money out for the day. Nobody's going to put their money in because there's no chance of it going up. So it just keeps going down, 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 down. Unless for some reason you think it's discount time, but this you can all get tomorrow, so no point. That's same thing in us. Yeah, we're trying. We're still in the pendant. Let's see. And actually, technically, there's a really big pendant here. Not a very good one, but there's a bigger one right here. If I continue that line, you can see that they're on the same angle. So basically, that angle is pointing. Look at that. Illuminati confirmed. But yeah, the angle is basically pushing down to 9, which makes sense. Every time it goes higher, it's oversold. So it's just kind of trying to get itself back to equilibrium. So let's see. See if that breaks out. So I'd be short selling at this point.